Hello, hello. I actually posted on Twitter for once in my life saying I'm live. That's crazy. What a wild idea. Let's see. Is the audio too loud? I know my Xbox controller's too loud. It's always too loud. I could probably just turn down the desktop audio just a tad. Maybe. We'll see. As long as my voice is louder, like, consistently. Also, I'm standing right next to a bonfire, so that's probably a bad idea. Alright. Let's click on that. Nice. And... well, actually, maybe I should grab some more coffee. That's probably the smart move. I just hit live anyway, so wait a second. I need to get to Dark Lurker, basically. It's you who made Seamless Co-op. No, that'd be really cool if it was. No, that's made by God, why am I totally spacing on the name? Oh, Yui. Yeah, it's made by Yui. I think Luke Yui, the goat, genius. But no, it is not me. Sadly, I wish I was that cool and or talented, both. I think a lot of people assume that I make lighting engine as well, and I'm like, no, that would also be cool, but I'm also not cool enough for that. I don't have original Dark Souls 2. Oh, you mean like vanilla Dark Souls 2? Yeah, and Seamless Co-op only works for the Scholar. Obviously because that's DirectX 11 based and oh, the Steam version. Oh, okay. Oh, you mean like pirated, I'm assuming? Maybe? Or do you just mean like you have it on console? Because I know that's a lot of people's problem, where they're like, well, I have it on console, but I can't install mods there. It's like, yeah, that checks out. That's fair. Yeah, I should probably grab coffee. I have water, so that's a start. I'm out of soda, and that sucks ass. But such is life. You ever played Half-Life or Half-Life 2? Yes. I have not finished either one of them, I think. I don't know. It's possible I did beat them. I just legitimately, it was so long ago. It's crazy to think that Half-Life 2 had its 20th anniversary. Like, that's batshit insane. And then I think I tried playing through Black Mesa. And then, yeah, I didn't make it all the way through it. I got to a point where I went, you know what? I think I'm good. But I have seen playthroughs of them multiple times. Half-Life 2, I definitely didn't make it through. I did beat Half-Life Alyx, though. Or at least I think I did. I don't know. I do think Half-Life 3 is going to come out within the next few years. As we've been tracking that HLX project that Valve's been working on, and they've been updating files, and it's, yeah, now it's to the point where like they're moving developers over to the HLX project. So it looks like Half-Life 3 is just actually a thing. We've just seen so many of the code snippets and files from it that, like, yeah, it exists at this point. We just have to wait for them to announce it. And it could be that they just shove it all down the, incinerator, which they've done before on Half-Life 3. So maybe they'll just, absolutely shelve all of it and just delete it. But we'll see. Do you make invasions in Dark Souls 2? Oh, do you mean, like, do I do invasions? Not really. I'm not a huge PvP guy in Souls. It's been such a pleasure seeing your work come to life, especially with all the attention to detail. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, and the amount of unbelievable fuck ups I've had over the time. It's been really fun to just show mod progress like as you're doing it, because there's just so many things you fuck up, and then you fix them, and then you usually make another issue, and then and it just keeps getting worse. The modding community for a lot of Source Engine games is amazingly alive. Yeah, 100%. It's to the point where like they're so good at data mining as well that we just know that Half-Life 3 is currently being worked on. It's sort of weird. It's one of those things where like Valve obviously is not going to talk about it until they want to talk about it. But like, I've just been surprised how out there in the open it is, as far as because the Source 2 engine, of course, which is the one being used for Half-Life 3, and it's used for their other games, and so they share a lot of, you know, underlying tech, all of it. So when they update one game, they actually can go in and find the binaries and all the things for the HLX product or project, which I don't know why I can't say project today. Is it possible to port the data set from DS1 to the DS3 engine? Oh, you just mean like the data? Maybe at the beginning of the stream I'll talk a little bit, and then I hop into the modding. Maybe that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, they ported, like, Drop-Off ported, you know, Majula to Elden Ring. So, like, technically, when it comes to the Souls games, nothing is impossible. It simply is there the will to do it. I don't know how to do it. But, oh yeah, they can certainly figure out some way of porting all the DS1 assets to DS3 if they really wanted to, I'm sure. I mean, at this point, you would probably just go to Elden Ring, right? Because have you guys seen that video of the guy porting all of Morrowind to Elden Ring? Yeah, okay. There you go. You're bringing up exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that shit's nuts. It's crazy. I watched that video going, well, surely it's not what I think it is. Well, surely it's not as impressive as it sounds. And then I went, oh, okay, it's actually more impressive. That's insane. That dude's fucking nuts in the best way possible. Like, he's the ultimate mad lad. And I love Morrowind. Like, Morrowind and Elden Ring, and you merge them together, like, that's the most me-coded thing ever. Yeah, that shit. Who's making that mod project? I can't remember the name. Inferno, something. I had never heard of them, and I was like, oh shit, okay, turns out they're awesome, and they've done a ton of shit, and I just was not aware of it. You are like a developer. No, not. I mean, I had made games in the past, but they were like with Game Maker, before Game Maker was like even popular or where it's at today. It was way earlier on in that. I made some simple games when I was in my late teens. But they were all like 2D games, and so I've been into it, and I've been into modding for a long time. Morrowind, now that you know has come up, that was actually the first thing I ever tried to make my own mod for, and I failed. I had the construction set, and I was trying to place grass, which is of course the thing that got me started with DS2, which was textures and grass. So it's full circle essentially. Dagoth, I love that guy. He's literally I call him coin head, because he just has a big fucking coin as a head, and then you have to like get these fucking. Oh, actually, one of my cats they're sounding like they're hurling. I'm gonna go check that out. It's probably just a hairball. There's not usually a whole lot I can do for them other than give them moral support. Good job barfing. Sorry that happened. That sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna go do my little. But yeah, I need to get to Dark Lurker. And I was trying weeks ago to get to the, you know, emo Gurman guy down here and do this one. And I suck. I'm gonna be real. I just suck. We going YouTube style now. Yeah, that's true. I hadn't really talked about that, but the reason I went YouTube only is that with the way that multi-streaming works, and specifically because I'm using my single PC to stream as well as like run the game and all that, you know, the multi-stream was fine, but the problem is it was limited by Twitch and its resolution. So if you it was basically the ATEM multi-stream thing, where you would have to pick where you were streaming first. And the problem is, if you were streaming on YouTube first and then you send it to Twitch, that means you actually were limited at 1080p, because it really wouldn't work when you send it to Twitch, because Twitch does not have full 1440p support, and they're like testing it. And so then that means that my YouTube stream fucking sucks, or sucks more than it should, because YouTube, right now I'm running it at like, I'm using AV1, 1440p, high bit rate, and YouTube loves that. Like, it's fine. But Twitch just goes, yeah, I don't know what that is. So I was like, I don't think Twitch is worth the sacrifice in quality that I would get, right? So that's kind of where I was at on that, of like, well then fuck that. Like, I'm gonna go for resolution. Like, especially because I'm specifically doing like visual modding, so I was like, oh, actually that extra resolution would be nice, and I'm sure people would appreciate that. So, and this is where all my people are anyway. But that's also like, that's the interesting thing about live streaming, is you can look at someone's subscriber numbers, and then you have to divide that by a massive number to get the people that would even tune into a live stream. Like, it's such a small circle within the larger circle. Crazy. Does Twitch have the reach anymore? Oh yeah. Oh, it's not a dying platform at all. Twitch is incredibly popular. Oh my god, it's trivia. What's up? No goat. No, Twitch, I mean, it's still massively popular. It's right up there with YouTube streaming. I believe it's still more popular than YouTube streaming overall, for game streaming at least. But they have a lot of problems. They're not making money. I mean, that's probably the biggest problem. They are owned by Amazon, but they still have to pay Amazon for the server space. And, you know, that turns out that's really expensive. So, yes, this is true. I have already done the Twitch enhanced broadcasting, but here's the problem. That's not 1440p. Enhanced broadcasting, what that does is it actually handles a lot of the transcoding on your GPU itself, splitting it into the different resolutions, so people can pick the different resolutions, and it's not done on Twitch's side, which saves them money. But it is not something that enables 1440p, although they are testing 1440p, and it's not given to all streamers, it's given to some. And so, yeah, like Twitch just, they got to make the move over to letting people stream at higher than like 1080p shit-ass bitrate. So that's why I'm streaming on YouTube only, because YouTube just offers better streaming. But yeah, on Twitch it's a fucking mess, where it's like some people can, some people can't, some people get enhanced bitrate, some people don't. And I get that they're just running tests, but like, and then Kick is just bullshit. Like, Kick, everyone always points to Kick of like, yeah, but you could get a really great revenue split on Kick. And it's like, yeah, but that's because they're made by a fucking gambling company and they don't need to actually make a profit. So that's not a viable comparison as far as like running a business. They try to like attack Twitch over that. And I'm like, look, I'm not like the biggest fan of Twitch or anything, but I think we're just talking business here, and that doesn't make any sense. Like, Kick is also where all the shittiest people on the planet go. So, yeah. Like, you know, and I've actually had emails from Rumble where they're like, do you want to stream on Rumble? And I'm like, fuck no, I don't. That's where all the bullshit-ass Andrew Tate lovers go. So, no, I'm good. I don't want that shit. I always find that funny. I'm like, I honestly judge a platform by the people that go there to stream. And Kick and Rumble, I'm like, y'all got some of the worst people on the planet. I'll tell you right now. I really appreciate the love that you've shown to DS2. I was grateful to get another Souls game. Yes. I initially didn't like DS2. I think people can actually go back to my tweets as I was first playing through it years and years ago. And I did not like it for the first 5 hours. I was like, because I played 1, 3, and then other stuff, and then I went back to 2 because I unfortunately listened to people and I skipped it like a fucking idiot. But I also understand that that's just like the pervasive narrative that gets spread, and it sucks and it's wrong. But yes, I then came to absolutely adore it. So the more I played it. By the way, I'm 62 now. Been gaming since Pong? Whoa, that's sick. I hope well, I know I'll still be gaming at 62. Like, I'm 35 right now, but I have no interest in not gaming as I get older. Yeah, I'm just never gonna not do that. That's awesome, though. That's fucking rad. I hated magic. It felt like dramatic anime shouting magic bolt. Yeah, I haven't really done a lot of the magic. I still need to do a magic character. Anyway, I've been talking too much. I need to get to Dark Lurker because I need to mod the deep dark fucking area, which is weirdly very ugly. Like, I find the deep abyss, whatever the fuck they want to call it in DS2, that shit is ugly. Like, it's just a cavern, and in the base game, nothing was, like, it was just lit and looked simplistic as fuck. And then Dark Lurker's arena, I think, looks really bad. I'll be honest. I know this is kind of like negative DS2 stuff, but I really think that, like, I get that Dark Lurker's supposed to be underneath the fucking Earth or universe or whatever. I don't know, but it's just in the base game, unmodded game. I'm like, oh god, I don't think it looks that good. I think Dark Lurker looks awesome, but the arena was literally just the most basic geometric container, and then they applied one blend texture for the whole thing, and then they had a couple spots that had a little bit of geometry to it on the ground, but like barely at all. I don't know. Like, Dark Lurker feels like, what the fuck? Yes, okay, Marvin makes a great point that the Abyss, yes, the Abyss looked so much better, and yes, it was just pure blackness, but like, if you're gonna do it, I don't know. I thought it just looked like hot ass. I'll be real. I think it just looked fucking awful in the unmodded game. But that's just me. I'm like, y'all, and I get it's that, like, they ripped out the lighting engine, or a lot of it seemed, and so you had this really area that should be dark as fuck, but it's not, because I guess you couldn't see. But like, I don't know, force them to use a torch or something. I don't know. Do any of the changes you made to DS1 or DS2 require a more powerful card? Oh, yes. Yes. Massively. Well, I don't know about massively, but with DS1, yes. Dynamic shadows, the higher poly count on a lot of the objects, and higher resolution textures, so your VRAM thing. But honestly, for the DS1 mod, I think you'd be fine on your average graphics card. I think any modern graphics card with like 6 to 8 gigabytes of RAM would be perfectly fine. I don't think you need anything too crazy for Dark Souls Remastered, even with my remastered mod, because Dark Souls Remastered is like super efficient. It is massively efficient. It's like a forward clustered render or whatever, and it just eats up all of DS1. It has no problem with it. DS2, that's admittedly a bit more down to like DS2 Lighting Engine is the first thing, but even that is really quite efficient. And I believe Rage of Vitamins, the creator of it, actually creates the entire thing on a 3060 Ti, and kind of designs it around that performance level. So that's awesome. Awesome for me as a 4060 Ti owner. So I'm always kind of just above that. I honestly think DS2 should have reintroduced and expanded upon the humanity sprites. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, specifically with how integral, the Daughters of Manus are. So, like, you kind of had it right there, where if you wanted to do more stuff with humanities and the Abyss and whatnot, you could have. Anyway, I've just been standing around and talking, but I do think the beginning of the stream might be a good opportunity to just get the chatting out of the way, just talk about stuff, because I do enjoy that. But it's a lot harder once I start actually doing shit in the, like, on the stream. It's so hard. It's way harder to have any sort of conversation. Let me get some fresh coffee, because the stuff I have now got cold. And then when I come back, what's the over-under on me remembering to take the starting soon off? That's the real question. Also, everyone should ask Trivia how she's been doing, because she's awesome and cool. And, you know, very talented. I wonder Wonder how Trivia's Bloodborne mod's going. That'd be cool. Probably living life and getting jacked out of her mind if I had to assume. And that's pretty cool. But yeah, let me get some new coffee. Hello, Survivor. What is up? I'm gonna go grab some coffee. Oh no. It's my stick drift. God damn it. Big Daddy Phil, you gotta fix your controllers. Homie. It's the second one, man. What the fuck is going on? Also, your fucking Xbox controllers are loud as shit. Why did you guys make the D-pad so fucking loud? You can hear this from like 3 apartments over. It's insanity. Also, I've died a lot because of this stupid ass drift. I'm using just like a regular Xbox like Series controller. And it's like the second one. And there's always like the left stick just fucking gets weird, man. That's... At least mine like don't break, you know, like they're pretty durable as far as, I don't know. And I like the controller. Like I've always been more of an Xbox controller person. Real OGs use keyboard and mouse? That's insane. I still don't know how people do that. Like that's hard mode. That's a level of like skill. I've tried using mouse and keyboard and I fucking hate it on Souls games. When will Archthrone's release? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I know nothing about that. And will you stream Silksong? No. Like, I'm not even streaming Hollow Knight. I'm just playing that myself, you know? Really slowly, to be honest. That wouldn't have happened with keyboard and mouse? Damn, that's true. Shit. That's so true. The closest I have is I have cat hair that gets up in the laser part of the mouse, or the optical part or whatever, and then it starts bugging out because there's too much cat hair. So that's the version of that. Okay, so I need to get to Dark Lurker. Here's the other problem. I only have 5 effigies, and I feel like that's bad. How is Hollow Knight? It's great. I admit I have not been spending as much time with it as I should. I think part of that is I hit a point that was really incredibly difficult, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll just keep trying. It was some bullshit ass room where... And it was after the Mantis Lords. Well, okay, so after the Mantis Lords, they dump you in the fucking Deep Nest, which that area is crazy. Like, they're just raw dogging me left, right, and center. It was insanity. And Oh, god damn it. I went the wrong way. I didn't want to go down here. Um, I think playing with the controller would feel like learning how to walk. That's crazy. Keyboard and mouse is just so... And that's the thing, like, the games are absolutely designed around a controller. And now keyboard and mouse, look, DS2 did not have great support for that, but even in games that say they have really good mouse and keyboard support, like even the later FromSoft games that have better keyboard and mouse, like, you're just not getting the 360, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I like it is in that way like worse, but they can just make up for that, and I think that's cool. But I'm like, damn, dog, I don't know. That's hard mode. I ain't that strong. I'll be real. Raw dog serve. Gat. Yeah, okay. It happened again. It happened again. I guess I'll kill you guys. You know what? I guess I'll kill you guys. I don't even think I'm using the best weapon on this character. I think I got stuck where I didn't have enough upgrade mats to really use the weapon I want. I also have too many characters. I think this is the Spellblast 69 character. It started out as a magic character, as you can imagine. Oh, big dog, that attack was not very successful. Your friend also gave up, by the way. I think you should know that your friend just completely did not know what was happening. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, God, I thought that chicken leg was gonna get me. I like he has these really cute, gigantic buttons on his, like, fucking skirt. And wow, he's got his giblets just hanging out. That's kind of crazy. I don't know if that's TOS. Also, it's kind of funny, you can see how there's a light near here that's actually impacting the surface that even... Okay, bitch ass. Got fucking turkey legs. Yeah, suck on that. I already got your stupid thing. I didn't mean to come down here. That's the real problem. But I can use this to get back up. You know, I never knew that you could just walk over here. I thought you had to make a jump over again, and I would just die a lot, to be honest. Also, who enjoyed the Guinevere titty video? I've hit a new low point, I think. I'm resorting to titty videos to get subscriptions. It's wild. Pretty good strat, to be honest. Like, if we're being real. And a lot of people thought it was like clickbait. It's like, I mean, it did get people to click, but like legitimately I made her topless. And I think people were shocked by that. They got to the end and they were like, oh, damn, he actually did it. The mad lad did it. I'm like, yeah. Now at what cost? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Crunky. Like, other people certainly had to do it. It's not that hard. It's just that the tools got easier. And I could do it in like 5 minutes. But I was like, I guess I haven't seen or heard of a Guinevere nude mod. So, I don't know. I guess maybe it just never popped off. Yeah, I don't think in the video I said I was the first, right? I think people just, I don't know, like the awareness of a Guinevere topless mod. I haven't seen one. But like, be a little surprised if I didn't see one. But yeah, if I missed a video about it, then that checks out. Alright. We need to just get the fuck out of here, and then I'll try to make that thing again. Open the forgotten fucking door. And see what happens. Who has human effigies? Well, I guess first, let me get to the old guy. Let me get to Emo Gurman. Actually, let me try the other ones. What about that? Let me try the other ones. Let me try the one that's in the hole down here. The one with the piss pools. Got them piss pools. We love the streets yearn for the piss pools that hurt your armor. At least I do. Or do I? I don't know. What's up, big dog? Oh. Wait. Did I kill him? Is that the reality? Did I just end up... Did I murk his bitch ass? No. No. Right? No. How is that possible? I don't think I did. Does he move? Well, that's weird. Is there an unknown mechanic? Maybe I really don't remember killing him. I don't. And wouldn't he have like a fucking tombstone or something? Yeah, wouldn't there be a gravestone? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, what? Oh, okay. I mean, I guess maybe I'll go to the other spots. I really don't know, actually. The only one I remember killing... Oh, I might know what happened. Hold on, let me see. Is this the character I did it on? No, I don't think it is. You scared the fuck out of me. Also, look at him doing his little steps. He doesn't want to attack me anymore. He gave up. He just wants the vibe. He said, "I don't want the smoke." He noticed me and he said, "Shit, dog, I don't want it. I don't want it." And now he's in timeout, which is great. Ooh, oh, he turned around. Oh, yeah, he was doing he had a little walk going on. He had a little, oh, he had some moves. Okay. So I think it was on a different character. I ended up killing the guy sitting in a chair before Huntsman's Cops, like the first bonfire. There's that weird guy staring at a fucking wall in a cave. And I've never really known what his deal is, because he's not emo Gurman, right? He's just a different, younger guy that also really likes the deep diver, dark diver, fucking grundle balls or whatever. Okay, so if he's not there, let's try the Drangleic Castle one. I'll go fall in that hole and see. Oh, shit, there's just a bonfire. Fuck. I'll just warp to that. I really just... Yeah, I figured he'd have well, I guess I'll just run from here. I don't give a shit. That door stays open. Yeah, okay. Oh, hey. Oh, God. Here he is. What the fuck? Hey. Hey, you're supposed to be in your 3 different spots, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't really know how this works. Wait. May we meet again somewhere sometime. What do you mean? We can meet right now. We are meeting right now. We can talk. We can have a conversation. I'm right here. Sir, I would like to give you a human effigy so I can go in here. Okay, what the fuck is going on? I don't think it's because I'm too stupid. I think I have enough intelligence for this guy. I think you have to open all 3 places. That's weird, but he's not even in the other location. Well, okay, maybe by talking to him here, I activated something. Because it did say, maybe we'll meet elsewhere. Okay. So if he's not in the Shaded Woods location... Oh, I wonder if he's still at the last one I was trying to do, which was the Black Gulch. Is that how that works? I think I've only ever done Dark Lurker once in my 1,700 hours. In Dark Souls 2. Scholar, at least. I do have some time in vanilla. I think I have like 100 hours in vanilla. Ish. I could be wrong on that. It's not like Steam tracks that. I might be way off. We'll see. Oh, well, apparently I haven't opened the door. So wait, is this not... This must not be the character I was doing it on now. Huh. Okay. You are Dark Diver. You gotta get your friends to shut the fuck up. Oh. Okay, so this is not the character I was doing it on. But we are now, so... Hell yeah, I am, big dog. Thank you. I'll touch it. Did you already kill Dark Lurker? No. Yeah, we figured it out. It just... I was dumb, and I guess I was thinking of a different character I'd been doing Dark Lurker on. Not this character, so... well, at least I'm in here. I have modified this area a little bit. You know what's interesting? I actually had to make a level for the Chasm of the Abyss. It didn't even have, like, a loaded level in here, so, like, I don't even think this was ever modified for Lighting Engine, even, like, the default profile, which is what mine started as, like, a long time ago, right? But yeah, I had to actually make a profile for it, or a map. I was like, oh, okay. I think I also made it darker. I turned off all the lights, and I think I placed one point light or something. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, it's this one again. This one was giving me real troubles because they do like a fuckload of damage, and oh my god. And this guy's like dual-wielding bonk hammers. It's insanity. And then the fucking mage guy joins in? Like, what are we doing? How am I supposed to... Oh, fuck. Like, he just absolutely shreds your health. Like, why the fuck are you gonna put the best fucking pyromancer? And then I get stuck in this hole, and you have to kill everything. That's not an option to not kill everything. And I was like, oh wow, I'm just bad. I have... Jesus Christ, the auto exposure system is like, what the fuck just happened? I think it's okay to just admit I'm bad. Like, I'm just bad at the game. I need to look at my weapons, because I'm kind of slumming it at the moment. With, I think, a Hide Knight sword plus something? Like, it's not bad. It's a plus... Oh, Fire Longsword plus 10. Like, it's decent, but it's not as good as it could be. I think I ran out of, like, upgrade mats. Oh, I did upgrade this, but I was really disappointed in the fucking damage with it. You're telling me this is a plus 10, and it's at 180 damage? Are you insane? What an absolute bust that was. And then I have a plus 8 large club, which does a lot of damage. And I think that's what I was using the last time. I wonder if I have the mats to upgrade that fully now. Oh, and yeah, my build isn't even really, like, set up for this. Let's see, because I think I might just use Bonk Hammer. Okay, I have one Soul Vessel, S rank on strength for the Bonk Hammer, and I'll just go for Super Mondo big ass damage. What about that? You gotta use the ladle. That's right, you get the ladle from, like, the lady or whatever, right? I gotta go meet the grannies for a second after this. Because I want to see, do I have the chunks necessary? Not even a little bit. I need 3 chunks. God damn it. I do know the bonfire ascetic that I could use. Hey, she updated her bullshit. Good for you. I've been waiting for you to upgrade your shit. I didn't even I made sure that I didn't look that up. I was like, I want it to happen normally and not have me just Google it. And that worked out. Oh wow, okay, Velstad, I'm sorry, big dog, I gotta use your soul. You only give me 15k? I think we both know that's not enough. I mean, it is actually enough for what I need in this current moment, but I mean metaphorically. That's not even metaphorically. I just mean from a moral standpoint, that's kind of shitty, and you did me dirty. And you know that. I will say, Dark Souls 2, I think, is a little too happy to give out Titanite slabs. Like, they straight up give you a Titanite slab super early in this game. And then they give you a shitload more in, like, Harvest Valley. And then the fact that I have 8 fucking slabs is crazy. Coming from Dark Souls 1, that's just, like, such a massive change. Not that, I guess it's a big deal, because who cares? Just upgrade a fuckload of weapons. I guess maybe you don't need to artificially limit that. Having 2 of them in all of DS1 was obviously way too stingy, but... Oh, why am I talking to you? I don't need to... You can't warp me. So are you just playing through the mod right now? Well, actually, I think, you know, interesting to know that those are basically the same thing. As basically, yeah, I just play through the mod and work on it at the same time. And that's the main way that I work on it, quite honestly. It's just I find new things by playing it, and I go, ooh, I think that looks like shit. Let me fix that. Oh, I think that looks like shit. Like here, I don't like this long grass. This is the original grass that was placed here, and it doesn't really fit with my new grass that well. Also, this grass is stationary, which is weird. But some of these I can't get rid of. They actually won't. Okay, so that one I can block. That's nice. A lot of them, they don't let you do that. Well, not a lot. I would say like 10%. There's some, I think there's like one in Majula that refuses to be noticed. It says you cannot block it, and it has this really terrible wavy animation that I hate. And they just say, well, that's what you get, so. You know, too fucking bad. It's like, well, alright. Let's go talk to the ladies. Oop. Oh, did I find more? More big graphs? Why does my game keep stuttering when your mod is installed? You know what's interesting is before I started the stream, I actually had, well, so before this I was testing the newest build of DS2 Lighting Engine that was, well, it was a testing build. It's not meant for people actually, like, legitimately using. But it had, like, screen space ray tracing in it. Pretty cool. But then I went back to my older, you know, the stable version of DS2 Lighting Engine, beta or whatever. And then it started stuttering. It stuttered every, like, 2 seconds. It was really weird. Anyway, I restarted my computer and then it was totally fine. So. You basically just hide those grass assets. Yeah, I mean, so this is a feature in DS2 Lighting Engine where you can basically do an object or an entity override, and then you can go in here and you can say, just don't render that. But does that affect optimization? No, I mean, not... I mean, other than, I assume that it saves the cost in rendering it, because it's not actually displaying it. Of course, on top of that, grass meshes are nothing as far as, like, performance. I mean, there are barely any polygons, not a lot going on, so even there, it's eh. But I have blocked other things from rendering. I mean, that's how all of the distant detail that I've replaced in all the maps, like the distant alpha cards they would use for, like, mountains and stuff, you know, all of those I blocked. And then in Huntsman's Copse, I actually blocked all of the trees, and I replaced them with real trees. And, you know, I can't say it paid off. I don't know that it was worth it. But I spent, like, a day doing that. And I was like, oh shit, that's kind of cool. Looks way better since I tried it. Noise. Yeah, it definitely should. I've made so many updates to it. I've also, since I've got that shader shaper blender add-on, I've been making new height maps like a motherfucker. I think I made at least 80 yesterday. I made, like, before that, hundreds. I've made so many. I do. I just need to remember 26 strength. I think it's crazy that they only require 4 dexterity for the club. That's pretty funny. Really, only 4.
Still, do you?
Yes. Holy shit, the damage is gonna be nutty. It's gonna be nutty. We just won 100 AGL. Also, can we talk about it for a second? Or I'll just vent. I'll just vent. What the fuck is up with the DS2 subreddit? Is just, that shit is whack. I'm like, I made a new Reddit account like 4 days ago or 5 days ago or whatever, and I was like, you know what? I need to make like a FromSoft Reddit account. Reddit account. So like, yeah, that is actually a good idea. It's probably a good idea to post about Dark Souls stuff on Reddit as well. Like, there's just a big market of Souls people there that like. I like sharing screenshots, you know? Like, screenshots are cool. And I also love the game. And so I have been enjoying like the posts where it's like someone new and they're asking for tips, and I love that shit. Anyway, it's kind of crazy because I used to use Reddit a lot like 3 years ago. I used to be into Reddit way more, and I don't really know why I got away from it, but I did. And I guess I'm just surprised by like how restrictive they are. Like, that fucking subreddit, I can't post anything. Like, I just can't post anything. It's crazy. And I'm like, but all I'm doing is posting a screenshot. It's not even self-promo. Like, I mean, I guess someone could make the argument that it is because I'm using my mod, but like, I'm not fucking insane. I'm not gonna uninstall my mod just so I can share a fucking screenshot. That's insanity. What the fuck are we talking about? I don't know. It just seems... And then I heard I actually have haters in that subreddit, and I was like, really? That's crazy. I mean, it's actually not crazy. Like, anyone's gonna have haters, right? And I was like, all right. And then I was like, really? Really? It just, I don't know, it just seems really strange to me. It's like, why do you make it so hard to just fucking talk about the game? I just want to share my love of the game. What are we doing? But yeah, the good thing is, like, I'm not worried about pleasing everyone because, well, I just don't have to do that. There are other mods, so just go play other mods. I don't know, like, I don't see mine as like the definitive mod or something. It's just, it's one of them. So go play the other ones. I don't know. Go make your own too. Like, I think that's a valid option. Actually, more health would be so helpful for me. Okay, fuck it. Oh, I should have actually boosted my strength a lot. Fuck. Actually, my damage is pretty sweet, so never mind. Let's go to McDufferson and see what infusions I have available. I mean, I think Reddit as a whole is, I don't know, I guess I can't judge Reddit itself because it's simply a platform and so many different subreddits have different rules, and so like they're more, I see them more as just a platform for that kind of stuff, and then I can blame any of the shit ass stuff mostly on the people that are running the subreddits, unless like Reddit is forcing really shitty policies. Then like, yeah, okay, that's bad. But hey, doggo, you bitch ass. I'm working here. Dude, I hit him for 524? Damn, dog. Okay. It's crazy you get haters for the dumbest reasons. To be honest, like, someone just told me that I had haters on, it was on Twitter. They were like, hey, it might sound crazy, but you actually have some haters on that subreddit. And I was like, huh. Wonder why. I mean, it could just be that they don't like the mod, which, like, is totally fair. I mean, they could just be like, I think it looks like hot ass. And I'd be like, I mean, valid, you know, sure. I don't know, it's such a foreign concept to me now of, like, if someone doesn't like it, it's like, oh, yeah, all right. F1, which one? Lost Mess. Really? I forgot that here's what's crazy. He he has his own little zone out here called Lost Bastille McDuff, or that, I guess that was an atmosphere made for it. And then you go in here and it switches over to the Exile Holding Cells, like deeper version. It was like, well, okay, that I'll switch it over to that, and then go out here. Oh, I think I forgot to update my area, because you got to do McDuff, Exile Holding Cells, and Lost Bastille. Those are the three different like atmospheres you have to contend with. And I'd always like to like unify them generally if I can. There's a football field of difference between disliking your mod and then hating you for it. Yeah, that's true. I guess that's true. Yeah, I guess I was a little bit of surprised of like having haters in specifically the DS2 subreddit of all, where I'm like, I think I'm like pretty on the record as possibly loving the game more than most humans should. So like, I don't know. I guess I did think that that would insulate you from some of DS2 hating, if like, I don't know. I guess that would also feel weird to me if I had like DS1 haters, but presumably I guess I do. But I love DS1 and I talk really highly of it all the time, and so like, yeah, I guess I do find that a little weird if like I love your game and I spend so much time on it. So I don't know why you would hate me for that. Do I like it too much? Because I was actually rewatching uh seriously, brain no work today. Like it just is not making the thoughts. H Bomber guy. I was rewatching his In Defense of Dark Souls 2 video because I hadn't seen it for a while, and also because he left that comment on one of my videos of like wanting to play the mod, and then we DM'd back and forth a little bit, which was pretty surreal. I was like, oh shit. No, I was rewatching it, and obviously, I love a lot of the points. I do tend to disagree about a lot of the DS1 stuff, where I tend to like a lot of the DS2 things, but I don't necessarily need to use DS1 as any sort of like. But I understand at the time why that was more of a comparison of like, here are the gameplay things of DS1 that I think are bad. But like for me, I love that they're different, and I don't as much make the claim of like critiquing that kind of stuff. But do you think Hawkshaw uses your mod for B-rolls? I would imagine probably not, just because the DS1 mod is pretty. It's just been incredibly buggy over its lifetime, and I did update it like a day ago. I just didn't tell anyone, and I fixed some more things. But yeah, I wouldn't blame people if they don't use it right now. I think certain areas look really fantastic and awesome, so maybe. Okay, so for Dark Lurker, is it best to have a lightning club? On average, from what I remember, on average, most bosses don't really, they're not strong against lightning. It's not to say certain bosses won't have greater weaknesses, but on average, lightning is like pretty good, from what I remember. I could be wrong on that, but like I from what I remember, lightning is on average better than fire. Dark Lurker used lightning. Yes, okay. So I'm not insane. I tend to remember that lightning was kind of the go-to overall of like, yeah, all right. Because obviously you're not going to use fucking dark. That'd be insane, right? And then magic, no. And so that's the thing. You lose the scaling. It goes down to A, but is that worth it? That's kind of the question. It probably is with the 252 that they're listing here for lightning. But it's also partially because I want to destroy the people before Dark Lurker. And that's an important part of this boss, is making it to Dark Lurker to begin with. Specifically on the last one when you have to still clear it. Dark is best. Okay, so Dark is best outside of Dark Lurker, probably. Yeah. Because I would assume Dark Lurker is very much not weak to dark. Unless, maybe that'd be really funny. If she was. Also, I gendered Dark Lurker to a lady for some reason, and I don't have a good reason for it. It's vibes based. More or less. Yeah, I'll go lightning. You know what? Like, I think it'll be fine. Okay. Let's see if I get raw dogged again. Because unfortunately, I don't have a lot of human effigies. So like, I'm gonna need to buy some. And I know that they're incredibly limited. And I think you get a couple from the old ladies, right? Like if you talk to them enough or something. I thought I remember something about that. And I almost ate a human effigy right now, and then I went, no, 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 that'd be dumb, because what if you die? And I was like, oh shit, that's a good call. And am I having a conversation with myself? Yes. That happens a lot. Dude, you gotta set up a bonfire. Like, you need to set up a bonfire. This is crazy. You can't be getting away with this. Okay, now I feel like we're ready to dominate. I'm also gonna check my armor, and I'm gonna get the absolute maximum. Because I think I need fire resistance, honestly, for this very specific spot. Because that pyromancer is fucking insane. Okay, what's the best fire resistance? Ooh, okay. Raimi's armor has, okay, higher fire resist, but also good with everything else. Yeah, maybe I wear fume. Oh, actually, I'm totally gonna run out of... As long as I'm under 70%, I'm good. Oh, fuck yeah, okay. Actually, never mind. That was totally easy. Oh, dexterity ring, that's coming off. That was back in the day. I guess Flame Quartz Ring 3 might actually be worth it in this case. Oh, Ring of Blades? I didn't even have the most up-to-date Ring of Blades on? What is happening? What is happening? You know what I just realized? I gave him a human effigy, but I still need to use one to get my health back. That's crazy. Oh, what does the turtle chest piece do? What ability does it have on it, or some thing? Oh, you know what I should do is I probably should just use a bow. Because the big issue I'm having is the fact that they come in pairs, right? That's my real issue. I could take them down one by one. Oh, you can't get backstabbed, that's right. Oh, I just realized I fucked myself by having... Ooh, I can't use the crossbow. Oh, check this shit out. Check this shit out. Let's do a little bit of... Did not mean to do that. I'm so sorry. That's crazy. Okay. Okay. Nope, wrong one. I gotta remember you have to hit RB and then LB to do the shooting, which is... makes no sense if we're being real. Also, I simply cannot... Oh my god, there he is. Oh, well, now it doesn't make much sense to use a bow, does it? It does not. Well, that's a good start. Oh my god, okay. Well, I thought I put you on the fucking ground, but apparently I did not. Shit. Okay, the pyromancer's not here, so I feel like that's a good opportunity, right? Okay. You do this little chain? Now, it does hurt weapon durability, and that's not ideal. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. I thought I had you, and then I didn't have any stamina. Fuck me, dude. Like, what is that? You're just gonna have all the poise in the fucking world, and I can't backstab you, so... Yeah, that dude popped off. I mean, that's just. I mean, he beat me. I can't even deny that. Like, and then this run back, I'm like, okay, I know I'm the king of run backs, but like, I've never been a huge fan of Black Gulch. I've been like, okay, like this, you guys have reached a level of like, fuck the player a little bit, where it's like, okay, that's cute. And then you have those dumbass giants that are hitting through the fucking wall, which is not ideal. Oh. Hey, Grundle. I'm trying to get into your dark hole here. Try not to interrupt me. Oh, it's easy. Yeah, I guess there is the other bonfire. I don't know. I tend to lose my sense of direction a little bit, I think, if I run from the other way. But that's really just because I'm not used to it. So, okay, I need full health. I'm sorry to use one, but like, I need full health. Crazy that they don't heal you as well. Crazy. Okay, and then I think we... Nope, wrong one. Okay, right one. Problem is, you know what? I'm going to cheat here a little bit. And I know that sounds bad, but I have modding things I need to do. So I'm going to cheat. And I'm going to create a fucking point light. I need to see. And also it's because I made this area darker, so it's my own fault, to be honest with you. But like, I need to fucking see. I need to see this stupid bitch-ass turtle. Yeah, there he is. There he is. Okay, bitch-ass turtle, I got you. You don't have the ability to create point lights, but I do. No shot. Why does he not have a health bar? Dude, look how fast he is. He's insane. Oh, they didn't hurt him. They didn't hurt him until he was aggroed. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Wait. Oh, okay. I was trying to hold down Y. That was my mistake. Okay. So I've learned... Basically, just keep doing that move. Just don't do anything but that move. Yes, that was the answer. That was the answer. Okay, pulling out the bow again. Pulling out the bow. Oh, nope, wrong way. That one. RB. Alright, where's that bitch-ass pyromancer? I'm cursing a lot on this stream, but I don't love this. This is not my favorite part of Dark Souls 2, I'll give you that. Kind of cool, though. I don't know. Kind of cool. I like that they hit something like this. Fuck you. Yeah, just stay up there casting fucking spells, dude. That's awesome. Oh, hey, actually, hold on. I'm out of bolts. Nope, wrong one. Heavy bolt? Can I use a heavy bolt? Is that... Oh shit, I can't use that. Oh, fuck. Ow. He sent a bubble at me. That's crazy. Oh, I think my guy almost like... No. No. Absolutely not. Fuck you. Okay, now I got the right spot. He's gonna heal again to full, isn't he? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, this pyromancer is out of his fucking mind. He's cracked like no one has been cracked. Yeah, but see, the problem is I still have to do all three of them anyway. Right? Like, I still have to do all three. At some point. Because that's like the 3 different locations, right? Oh, I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Oh my Jesus motherfucking Christ. The auto exposure is just absolutely not loving this. Okay. Oh, he fucking bricked it. He's bricking them. He can't handle the corner. Oh. Oh my god, I thought he was dead there for a second. He was totally not. But yeah, so I do think like you want to pick the easiest one for the third time because that's when you see Dark Lurker. And that's the issue you're going to run into of like, oh shit, I'm going to need the easier one so I can make it back to Dark Lurker and not die on the way and waste your effigies, right? So I get that. Oh, did I kill? No, yeah, I didn't kill this person. I was like, hold on. Nice. Ooh, bonfire aesthetics, nice. Good shit. The other thing I can do is just boost the player lantern while I'm in here. Is this a hitless run? Not a chance. I can promise you that will literally never happen for me. I'm just not good enough at this game. Oh, I just realized that. Oh, I do have 10 minutes of torch time. Jesus Christ. That was the issue I ran into this on the other character, is I literally ran out of torch time. So I couldn't even light this if I wanted to. And I was like, oh. Oh no. No, 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 no. I don't have a flame butterfly. I mean, that's cruel. That sucks. I mean, because now, like, I can't do this. Ugh. Okay. I don't have a bonfire to light it at, so... That's kind of stinky, but that's, you know. Well, wait. Why is there a fog wall? Do I have to use the fog wall? I don't know. I don't remember doing it. I did this so... Oh my god. Another one of you is crazy. Like, I think we have to admit that that's insane. Like, that's not nice. That was actually rude of From Software to do this. No, you don't get to randomly choose to poise through shit. That's not allowed. That's significantly not allowed. No fucking shot. No. No, 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 let me heal. Isn't there a flame you can find in the place? Man, I hope so. Because that shit sucks. If I literally, just because I don't have a flame butterfly, that fucking sucks. That means it's all just a wasted attempt, which is not loving that. Yeah, I don't have any consumable healing anymore. I do have some repair vendors, so that's nice. I mean, I'm probably wasting that, but... Come on. You can't have a set of the fucking pyromancers and the mage guys. That's crazy. Hey, pyromancer, get your ass up here. I can't take you, you know, 2v1. I'm not gonna do that because you do insane damage. Okay. We're back to the slow approach. Which, once again, I can't see you. Oh my god. Holy mother... He did come up. Oh my good god. He absolutely did. Did he ever? Okay, got him. Okay, okay. Oh, okay, I thought that was going to be like the super ball one. Nope. Gotcha, bitch. They better reward me with, like, a flame butterfly, because, like, if you're not gonna let me do this just because I don't have a fucking torch, that's... I'm not gonna like that. Yeah, I can't light it, man. I don't think it counts if I don't light it, right? That's tough. That's tough. I mean, I guess I'll fall in the hole, but I think it's just gonna kill me, right? Yeah. I mean, that's kind of whack. That's, like, that sucks. Okay, that's great. There goes a human effigy down the drain. Well, fuck Dark Lurker for now, then. The other thing I need to do is I need to kill Sirlon. I need to work on his room a little bit. I mean, I can kind of work on it from the fog wall, but without killing him, it's not as ideal. Well, actually, while I'm here, I could at least try to make this useful. And let's hit Object Editor. Oh, check this out. This has a specular and normal map that I haven't overridden before, despite this being a texture, I believe, from Drangleic Castle. That's where I believe it's actually from. Alright. So let's go into texture override. Have you worked on Alon yet? Yes, I have done his textures, I've done the area. I just wanted to like fine tune his room with volumetric light shafts a little bit, and I basically, without killing him, it's really tough to do that. You can try to do it through the fog wall, but the key problem is you can free cam through the fog wall. But when you want to enter the F1 menu again to then do the atmosphere lighting settings, well, that kicks you back outside the fog wall, and it's just really fucking annoying. I was gonna try to make it like a no-hit thing, but I think I just need to work on it at this point. So I might have to just give that up. But let's open this normal map. No mod tools that can pause the game. Technically, I think you could use Cheat Engine, and you can like set your iframes to be a ridiculous amount to where they can't even like hit you, and so that's an option. But I don't really like using. I think Cheat Engine's kind of busted, but I mean, it is what it is. But okay, so this does have a height map that was made by FromSoft, but it's pretty grainy. It's just like the compression around here, or pixelation. Sometimes I'll just do like an actual like blur filter on top, just to kind of get rid of some of that noise. Okay, let's turn off highlight selection here. Normal map. Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, that's the problem with the parallax that they make, is that it doesn't really handle any amount of parallax that well. Because they certainly weren't using this height map. So they made it, and they only used parallax in like, I think like maybe 5 different spots in the unmodded game. But a lot of them were just completely unused. Just sitting there, just chilling. Okay, so what you can do, and this is what I did on the last stream, but I'll show you again, because it's very cool and fun. Basically, we're gonna open the, well, first I copy it to a different folder, and then I'm gonna rip out the alpha channel, put it in the red channel, crush the alpha channel. Well, not really crush it, but lift it up into the something. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. And we save that as BC1. And then we fire up our Blender 5.0 alpha, beta, gamma, whatever. And yeah, we're gonna craft a new height map, and it's gonna be very cool. We saw all your folders. Yeah, I know. I was like, yeah, I don't think I have any porn downloaded or anything. That's funny when someone will bring that up, and I'm like, damn, people are still downloading porn? It's 2025. What are we doing? Why the hell are you downloading porn? They're like, well, I want it to be 8K, 60 FPS, HDR porn. And I'm like, oof. Oof. Okay. Ain't that serious, but sure. Alright, open recent, shaper shader. Curious about the gutter wall textures. Yeah, those are pretty fucking weird. Very weird textures. A lot of stuff included in those textures. They had a lot of fun making that one. They chucked in as many things as they could. Okay, so we have shader shaper open. Let's pull in our normal map. As I was going through it on the last stream, where going from an albedo map is the like default option, because it can basically generate a normal map and a height map from that using an AI model, not generative AI, but like it is basically trying to understand the texture it's looking at and then understand where the highest and lowest points will be. And machine learning is really good at that, and so that's what's happening here. So let's load it, and then for my sake I tend to turn the roughness down on this BDSF portion so I can just see it better. That's really the only thing I'm doing it for. Let's generate, and then we'll see what it comes out with, which this texture is already used in a lot of other normal maps. So I've already done this one, but it has a different fingerprint number because it technically is considered a different normal map, even though it is very much the same normal map as, I think this one gets used in Drangleic Castle and some other places. Ooh, AI, I know. Yeah, unfortunately that's the problem with AI, is it's become like a grab bag of like, yeah, I hate generative AI, but like, machine learning has been around for a long time, and AI upscaling is fantastic, so. But they'll be like, it's AI, it's like, it's more complex than that, but sure, yes. I agree, fuck generative AI, but... Oh, I didn't mean to... Oh, no. Oh, did I just never hit generate? That probably makes sense. Because it's supposed to, like, hang. Oh, I didn't pick a texture node. That's my bad. That's on me. But yeah, they'll say everything AI is bad. That would be someone that lives near here, and they suck ass, and they drive the loudest fucking car in the world. And they should be absolutely arrested and thrown in prison for having that loud of a car. That was outside of my apartment. And it gets picked up by the mic. And I have filters on this mic. So, like, it's insane. That's noise pollution is what that is. That's just noise pollution. I ended up being pretty okay with that result that came out. So, I gotta open up the other folder. Yeah, that, like, no. If your car's that loud, you shouldn't be on the road. Right? Like, and you're doing it on purpose. Like, if you take the muffler off your car, I'm sorry, you should just not be able to drive. So, also we need to ban LED headlights. Nobody likes them. And they're being forced upon us, and they're too bright. They're simply too bright. And they hurt people's eyes. So it's, at a certain point, you're not really providing any form of safety. You're just blinding other people. And I guess their idea was, well, it's really bright, so if we don't give them to everyone, then it will make people less safe. And it's like, well, I think that sucks. I think you should just not have blinding headlights. That's a crazy idea, I know, but that's my boomer rant for today. Is like, fucking LED headlights are the worst. What were they thinking? Well, I understand what they were thinking, which was, oh my god, this is brighter, so therefore people can see more and they will be safer. Not if you're blinding all of the other drivers. Like, if you're fucking blinding drivers, you may have lost the plot. And I think you have. Yeah, so you can see this parallax that comes from this height map is way, way more stable. And it doesn't have nearly as many artifacting, or as much artifacting, which it still does. If you look closely, it's, you know, it's not going to be perfect. But I think there's one portion that is a little funky right now. Which I think these points I'm just going to make brighter. So I actually don't think they need to be this dark. So I'm going to just even this out with the smudging or burning or whatever the fuck they call it in Photoshop for some reason. They call it the dodge tool instead of the brighten tool. That's it. That's all you got to do, or lighten. And they said, no, we're going to call it dodging. Because reasons. And it's probably some obscure fucking graphic design thing from 30 years ago, is why they're still calling it dodging. Despite the tooltip for the tool saying lightens the image. So their own description is just lighten. But anyway, that's my other boomer rant. Yeah, you can see the artifacting. It's not perfect, so you kind of you pick the level that you can. You go, well, okay, I'm not going to perfectly nail it. However, I think this is an instance where it actually came with a spec map. Yeah, check this out. So this is actually one of the examples of a surface where it had a spec map, but it had a shockingly low resolution spec map. Really weird. Like, you had a 1K original normal map, right? Which is fine. Or maybe it's... No, yeah, it's 1K. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? But a 64 by 64 pixel spec map is like, alright, you didn't even, like, you're not trying on this spec map. Like, this spec map has nothing. This is just like a placeholder bullshit spec map. So I'm going to make that. A dodge was meant to block or dodge light from hitting the photo paper. Yep, it would be from some sort of arcane old basis of why they use that term, when it's like, maybe we just call it what it is. And that's a lot quicker. And they'd be like, ah, I know what that tool does. Because it says it. Okay, so let's hit the albedo map here. Let's hit it up. Let's check this thing out, because I'm going to use the albedo map to make a spec map. And it's going to be great, because this texture right now does not actually have a roughness map. But really the roughness maps that you can store in the alpha channel, because those were unused. The alpha channel was unused in the albedo maps. So that's why in DS2 Lighting Engine they allowed the alpha channel to be used for roughness, because, well, it wasn't being used, so, you might as well. But for a surface that already has a spec map, I do prefer to use the spec map. You get more control. And let's see, which one do I want to go with? I'll probably go with the blue, because the actual contrast you get from because the white elements here are the stones, and that's the portion that I want to have more specular. And so picking the blue channel here actually works pretty well. Yeah, you can see this is just like a placeholder spec map, where it just had, each channel was just a singular grayscale like shade. Oh, I didn't resize it. That's my bad. Okay. So we resize it to the resolution we want. So here we're going from 64 by 64 up to 2048 by 2048. So a gargantuan, galactic difference in resolution. So first we do our roughness, which they do their roughness in the opposite way that DS1 does its roughness in its red channel. So if that's interesting at all. And then green is your metallic channel, but we'll keep that low. And then here, I end up doing very similar things between the red and blue channels, since red is roughness. So there's usually just a brightness difference between them, but in terms of the specular I'm trying to achieve, because, and that's the thing, is that normally in DS1, like when I'm working on those specular maps, you have to invert the roughness channel from wherever you took it from. And so that's how they look different. Because in DS1, the darkest points in the roughness channel for the spec map in DS1, it is a mouthful. The black portions, or the darkest portions, are actually the most specular heavy, or have the lowest roughness, right? And then the white portion is the highest roughness, so it has less specular. And so that here is the opposite, where white is actually the lowest roughness, so it has more specular. So that was sort of just figuring that out. I was like, oh shit. And that was just by looking at what they were doing. And I was like, oh shit, okay. The actual specular effect, I obviously don't want it to be on the whole thing. So you can kind of make it educational style stream. Yes, I don't. I think anytime I stream, I'm just gonna rant about this kind of stuff because I don't. There's not a whole lot of people that would in the world that would ever want to hear any of this because none of it is necessary. None of this is necessary for living on this planet. Like, someone could go their entire life without knowing anything that I've talked about for the last 2 years, and it's fine. Like, it's weird to have such low importance information. I'm not done with the spec map, but I just want to see it in game for a second. And you save it as BC1. Interestingly, that didn't do anything. Or at least not noticeably. Yeah, so this controls... The nice thing when you have a spec map on a surface, which was rare in DS2, I think they only used them on, like, maybe 10% of surfaces. Most of the time they were just an albedo map and then a normal map. And then you had certain surfaces that didn't even have a normal map. They were just flat. Flat and fucking nothing else. But here, when you have a spec map, in Lighting Engine, you can actually control the albedo texture from the spec map. They actually give you like a little slider here that you can even swap over to a metalness workflow, which I've actually found useful on certain armor sets. I tend to get the results I like sometimes that way. And here, this specular map portion, or the metal portion down here, is only useful if you have anything in the green channel. Which here I actually do have some stuff in the green channel. Even though I didn't use it for any of the channels from the albedo. But, and then we have our... It's interesting how that didn't really change anything. Despite jumping from the low resolution to the higher resolution, I didn't really notice anything. So, why that's the case, don't know. Just for funsies, if we do a roughness map, just to... Because sometimes, here's something I haven't fully understood. On the surfaces that do have a spec map, albedo map, and a normal map, you can still use a roughness map. And there's been instances where I've been able to use the roughness and the specular map at the same time as like an additive thing. But interestingly, there are certain times where if you turn on the roughness map, like in here, it's a button, right? And it will then just turn off the specular map. Like, the specular map just stops doing anything. I don't know why that's sometimes the case, sometimes not. But interestingly, here, when it comes to roughness, we take one of the channels that we want, which here I was going to actually use the red channel just for funsies. You copy that, put it into your alpha channel, and then you invert it. Because this type of roughness map with Lighting Engine follows the more traditional, at least in my experience, where the darker regions have more specular and the white have less. So I'll just take that channel, invert it, and then we'll see how it goes. Which you can see, once again, really doesn't change much. That's interesting. Like, you can kind of see. Yeah. And I think it's because I need to actually lower the... because you have your input levels and your output levels. And the input levels are really good if you want to dial in like the... Like, for instance, here I can make the dark regions darker, so therefore I can increase the specular response specifically on that. But if you want to lower the overall roughness, like if it was a very slick surface in general, all of it was somewhat specular, that's where you use your output levels. And that's where it's just like a linear decrease of brightness or a linear increase of brightness. So those are your different things. So you can commonly go down to like, what if I go down to 170? Let's get freaky with it. Let's just see what happens. Oh, I know why. It's because I saved it as the wrong type. Don't watch me. It's because the specular maps get saved as BC1 linear, and the albedo maps all get saved as BC7 linear, so I forgot to switch that. Yeah, it doesn't do a lot. See, look how bad this wall looks. I think this just does not look great. Yes, thank you, Wolfie. Yes, I did make Scholar Second Sin. Are you watching the State of Play later tonight? Yes, I am. I think it's like 35 minutes. I will stop the stream before then. That's kind of my cutoff because I like watching reactions to it. Um, I know we're supposed to expect Saros gameplay, which is cool. Oh, check this out. I actually haven't upscaled this wall surface before. But it doesn't look great to me. Like, this is very geometric and pointy and ugh. What if Bloodborne 2? Nah. Actually, Bloodborne 2, I would be like, unless you say Miyazaki's making it, I think that's a bad idea. I think that's a terrible idea. And there's been people out there that are like, oh, we'll let Bluepoint make it. And I'm like, I think Bluepoint would have no fucking idea what they're doing with Bloodborne 2. I think they can work on FromSoft games, but that doesn't mean they can design like FromSoft. I never understood that logical jump. I was like, no, they are good at adapting something that's already made, but legit expanding Bloodborne's lore and world? God, no. Fuck no. I don't trust anyone with that other than Miyazaki, realistically. Like, I feel like that's making another Metal Gear game without Kojima, which I think Konami's going to do. They've said that. And I'm like, I think that's a fucking terrible idea. Yeah, well, and I have issues with their ports, to be honest. Like, overall, I still think they're really good remasters, remakes, whatever, overall. But man, they do not understand the games at a fundamental level. Like, there's a certain part they just don't understand. Like, Demon Souls, I think they understood keeping the gameplay the same, but they were being influenced by Dark Souls 3, which I understand at the time, I guess, was the last FromSoft game that they were being able to point to when they were making this, right? But really, Dark Souls 3? That's not going to be your influence for Demon Souls. You should take influence from Demon Souls itself. And they also listed Bloodborne on that design document for the Demon Souls remake. And it was like, no. Except for Latria. Like, sure, there's Bloodborne vibes there already, but I don't know. I wish they had been a little bit better about that. I also think the OST, I don't think they understood Demon Souls music at all. I just don't think they understood the original OST. And specifically, what pisses me off a lot, because I'm not a Demon Souls remake hater. I think I've been playing it with my brother. Actually, it looks insane, obviously, but like the Maiden Estrella OST is a crime in the remake. Like, and that maybe that sounds hyperbolic, but like, they did not understand that original song, like, at all. They fundamentally did not think about it, I feel like. Because it's just this completely, like, they made it more bombastic and epic. And I'm like, no, this is supposed to be intimate and sad and lonely. And you fucking added an orchestra to it, and that was just not, you didn't need to do that. So, I don't know. That annoys me. Let's test if we can get tessellation working on this, because it looks really shitty by default. What if I go max tessellation? What if I just crank the nuts off this tessellation? That's an actual phrase, by the way. So check this out. So let's turn off the tessellation. Here's what it looks like by default. And as you can see, they're not even like blending. They didn't even try to blend it between the floor surface and the cave. Yeah, it's like adding a guitar. I don't know. I think plenty of them are fine. Like, most of the OSTs I've heard thus far, which I've actually heard all of them, and they're all, most are decent. Like, I understand what they were thinking for most of them, where they're like, oh, let's add an orchestra. Let's really amp up the scale and the sound of it, because FromSoft music itself has become more epic over time, right? Like, surely, as we've gone through the games, DS3 is a great example of that. From DS1, DS2 to DS3, like the music got more and more orchestral and large, and so like I get what they were doing, but on the Maiden Estrella one, they just completely missed the mark. Like they just didn't understand what the game was doing at all. I don't like the nuance to it. They just completely smashed it with a hammer. It just destroyed it, and I'm like, no, okay. They should have had an option for the original OST. That's my point. That's my real point. Is I don't know why you guys didn't have that. Like, ain't no way it was a fucking licensing issue. No, y'all own that fucking music. You made Demon Soul. Like, you are the IP holder. So, I don't want to hear that, you know. Did I already upscale this? No. I don't believe I have. Check that out. DS3 is roll slop. I don't tend to use that term because I think that can be just like a really, really, really broad criticism of. I think it's not necessarily that they were aiming for roll slop. I think that was unfortunately a natural byproduct of speeding everything up. Is that did just mean that you were going to be using the roll animation more often because you were faster, they were faster. And I do think it looks kind of goofy, you know. When I come back to DS3, I'm always like, man, I am just hitting that button a lot, and it feels weird to me. Um, but then I get used to it, and I go, okay. I could not beat Elden Ring as it needed too much rolls. I think Elden Ring, at least to me, was a little bit of a course correction back a little bit, where it felt like you had more options than just the rolling. Even though in DS3 you also had more options, but it did seem very roll focused. Although Elden Ring did have the sort of top tier ending boss be Princess Consort Radahn, Promise Consort Radahn. And that fight I think is actually like hot ass. I'll be honest. I really, really, yeah, I said it ironically. Oh, okay. Well, through text, yeah. Hard to tell. And yeah, I really don't like that fight at all. I think the second phase is more interesting than the first phase. First phase is literally, what if I dodge 9 things and then I poke? What if I dodge 9 things and then I poke? What if I dodge 9 more things and then I poke again? And what if I just keep doing that until their health gets lower? And it's like, man, I don't really think that's great gameplay. I don't know what you guys were thinking, but I just don't think it's that good. I think they've just designed so much better encounters than that. Um, I don't know why you would want to narrow it down to very defined windows, and like if you ever tried to hit out of those windows, it just wasn't worth it, and you were like, well, okay, I guess I don't know. It I'll admit I did think that was kind of whack. And even the Radon thing, like I remember when I first saw it, I was like, oh shit, no way. And then the more I sat with it, I was like, really? We're gonna end it with Radon? Really? Not a new person? Not Godwin? Really? Okay. Seemed a little weird to me. I really liked the DLC overall, though. I liked a lot of the other bosses. I mean, I think the original Radon fight was cool. I love the original Radon fight. I think that's like 500 times cooler than fucking Promise Con. PCR, we could just take that out of the game. I don't think I would. Because also, here's the thing. You get all the way there, you beat him, and it just awkwardly ends. Like, you get that weird little cutscene that was like, well, okay, sure. And then you're just standing in the giant arena, and you're like, oh, okay. Is there anything else? Is there? No? And then you put the crown on, you're like, oh, is there going to be like a special thing? Because I have Mikkola's, you know, like I'm going to go in front of the big altar that looks really cool. And then, no. So I was like, it felt kind of anticlimactic, right? Where I was like, okay. But I kind of thought there'd be a little bit more of a crescendo into something else, but it was over, and I was like, oh, okay. To me, it felt like I was happy that it was over. And I haven't gone back, I'll be honest. I haven't gone back. I just was like, nope. And I think that's okay to not like every boss, right? You can't win them all. And some people really love it, and I think that's cool. I think the music is incredible. Off topic, but would you recommend your visual mods for a first playthrough? Honestly, at this point, yeah. I think the DS2 one specifically, I think would be pretty good for a first playthrough. I think it's to a point where like there's nothing super insanely broken. I think it's all been touched like 10, 15, 20 times. And right now I'm just kind of going back through and adding more parallax occlusion mapping and stuff. But yeah, I think people would have a good time. Although, on the flip side, I do think you wouldn't have the same impact without really knowing what the original game looks like. So if you just jump into this, I think people could be like, oh, well, it looks really good. But also I can still tell it's like a 10-year-old game at the same time, because like the assets and like, I don't know, maybe you wouldn't have the same like wow factor. You'd be like, oh, okay. I mean, I think with DS2 lighting engine, and not even just like my preset, I think there's a lot of areas that look, from a technical perspective, are way beyond DS3. Way beyond, you know, so, and hell, even look better than Elden Ring, because Elden Ring is not like some masterful technical operation, you know. I think it's insanely gorgeous for art direction, but I think technically it's like their RT implementation was kind of nothing. Like, it was RT shadows, which is fine, but why they didn't do RT reflections, I don't know. That, like, that's the money one. That's RT reflections are kind of like the jingling keys of RT, you know. If you're gonna do it, like, fuck, at least do that, you know. But they didn't. And then I think they had RTAO, and that is also one that's like, eh. SSAO is pretty solid, you know, so I don't know. And they still don't have DLSS. You have to get it through a mod. And I think that's dumb. I do it, but I don't like it. Somebody at NVIDIA, get the fuck down there. Break down the doors, man. Like, who wouldn't want to say our upscalers on Elden Ring, right? Like, you know? Why would you, like, I don't know, it just seems really weird to me that NVIDIA didn't just like kick down the door and say, hey, we'll help you with your RT, we'll help you with DLSS, you know. And then by adding DLSS, official support, it makes it easier to add all the other upscalers, but we already have mods for that. I just think it's weird that they have no interest in that. They did Armored Core, the Elden Ring DLC, and then Night Rain, and Night Rain actually had even worse. Night Rain, on average, looks worse than, I don't know about worse than Elden Ring. It looks equivalent, I guess. But I found that really weird, that Night Rain, you know the other thing that bugs me? Now I'm just like an old man just complaining about stuff, but one thing that really grinds my gears, which is a stupid phrase, is they had 120 hertz support for the first time in Armored Core 6 on PC. Native 120 hertz, you love to see it. Elden Ring DLC comes out. Elden Ring still doesn't have 120 hertz support. It's the same engine. It, like, and then they come out with Night Rain, and I go, well, surely, here they might want to do 120. Nope. Why would you have less features than one of your other games that's based on the same engine developed at the same time? Like, I don't know. That just to me doesn't. And I'm not even like the biggest 120 hertz like jabroni, right? I can play at 60 just fine. Don't get me wrong. 60s for me is perfectly fine. But like, if you already did it, why would you not? Why would you not do it for your other titles? I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. And then Armored Core was another weird instance where they said, aha, it does have ray tracing, but only in the garage for reasons. Like, why even do it? I don't know. Well, okay. Leotard, here's what's crazy, is in Dark Souls Remastered, there is an option for refresh rate. You can choose a higher refresh rate. You can choose 120 hertz. You can choose 144 hertz, but it doesn't actually do it. It doesn't. The game is still limited to 60. So I have noticed like lower input latency because it's like in a container of 120, but it is still actually the 60. And they've already proven that their engine doesn't need to be limited to 60. We've had FPS unlockers for all of their games, basically, except for DS1. I don't know why Dark Souls Remastered doesn't have an FPS unlock, but it doesn't. Dark Souls 2 got one before Dark Souls 1, which, considering Remastered was newer, modern, I don't know, I had expected it would get that. Yeah, it's essentially like it's running it in a 120 hertz container, but the game itself is just not rendering at 120. Like, you can feel that. You just know that it isn't. Yeah, exactly. Like, things are tied to the frame rate, but we've already had FPS unlockers. And DS2, that FPS unlocker has issues when you get to a certain point, but like the Sekiro FPS unlocker works fine. The Elden Ring FPS unlocker works fine, as far as I know. I have used it and it was fine. So like, and then part of okay, so here's what's even more interesting. Is Dark Souls Remastered, part of that is it fixed the issue, at least for me it fixed the issue. Some people say it didn't, but it did, where with Prepare to Die Edition, whenever you would run it at 60, you would actually jump less of a distance. You would, there was actually a difference between the 30 and 60 because it was still thinking on the like 30 FPS. You'd actually have to hit a hotkey to go back down to the 30 to make certain jumps. Well, you don't have to do that in Dark Souls Remastered. I've made all the jumps, as far as I know. Like, that's no longer the limiting factor, right? But it does seem odd that, like, while you were there, couldn't you have made it run at higher? But maybe they ran into issues. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend that I understand all of that 100%, but I found it a little strange where I'm like, but then why do you let us choose that? Like, why is it an option if it's not an option, right? It reminds me of Prepare to Die Edition, where if you go into the menu of PTDE without DSFix or anything, you can choose higher resolutions. You can choose higher refresh rates, but it doesn't do anything. It's still 720p, 30 FPS, and then DSFix, of course, fixes that. But yeah, it's just really weird. I don't know. They just are a strange outfit. I will say it gives me stuff to do, you know. Like, if they're not going to go hard in the yard on graphics, well, I guess I can, you know. Let's take this normal map. Let's take this normal map and let's make a fucking hype map out of it. Because this one doesn't have them. Some of their normal maps had hype maps already stored there, or stored in it, but they weren't very... Some of them are really good. Some of them are a little eh. This one had none. So we could absolutely modify this. You end up working at FromSoft? That'd be crazy. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm very good at a very specific thing that I'm doing now. And I guess technically, like, I can learn most things. Um, I would be fascinated to see their actual, like, tool set. I would love to know how that actually, like, works. I think it is annoying to see people consistently be like, man, can you imagine if they switched over to Unreal Engine? And I'm like, I mean, it's a set of tools, and that's just a complete different world than what they've been developing in for like ever. And that's not going to be an easy transition. And it's also not even like a fix. I mean, how many Unreal Engine games come out and they have stuttering and traversal stutter and shader comp stutter and bad performance and bad visuals sometimes? And so, like, if people think Unreal Engine is like some sort of silver bullet, it's like, no, you can use it like dog shit if you want. I will say the Silent Hill F game seems like they used it pretty well, though. And now even Kojima's using it for OD, which I think is cool. At first, I thought maybe it was Sony that told Kojima, "Hey, maybe we don't use Decima for the Xbox published thing." But I actually don't think that's probably the case, because they gave him a flash drive with Decima on it apparently ages ago, and they made a ton of customizations to it. So I don't actually think that was the case. I think the bigger problem they had is, oh, it's a completely different type of game, and Decima is, and then their form of it was made very specifically for Death Stranding, and before that the engine was for Horizon, and it was never meant for anything else other than that. So if you go with Unreal, well, you're obviously getting a much more capable multi-use type of engine that also has the most documentation of any engine in the world. So, you know. Yeah, it's still stuttery. The shader comp wasn't as good as it should be, which Epic has plans for trying to make it more consistent for developers to not leave that to the last second and then fucking biff it, which seems to be what always happens, is they go, oh, we'll optimize it after we launch it, which then makes Epic look bad because it's their engine, but like, it's not Epic's fault for the developers not properly reading the documentation, which Unreal Engine has multiple different ways that you can do shader compilation. And like, if you properly, legitimately do it, you absolutely can make something that does not stutter. Well, to a point. There's a couple things that are still outstanding, but a lot of it is on the developers. And Epic's like, okay, well, let's try to find some way to make it more automated. And then Microsoft is trying to fix it on its end separately, where it would be similar to what the Steam Deck does as far as because the Steam Deck is a fixed platform, so their shaders. That's why when Elden Ring, on Steam Deck, Valve was able to just like, oh well, we'll just include the shaders already compiled because like it's a fixed platform. Here's all the shaders. We can just include all of them. And people were like, why can't you do that for every game? And it's like, well, because everyone's configuration on PC is different, and you have to compile it for the GPU architecture that it's running, and I think that's not explained terribly well in the industry. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's easy to blame Epic and be like, what the fuck? But even Unreal Engine 4 was like that, where you'd have really good examples and then you'd have really dog shit examples. Like Liza P was a fantastic Unreal Engine 4 game. I mean, pretty almost flawless, quite honestly, But I don't know. Other than that, you had kind of a hit or miss. Okay, so here's the height map that we have made. Let's pull up the normal map again. And let's copy let's just copy it. Liza P is my favorite game ever. You love to see it. Fantastic game. Love the DLC. Loved it. One of the best gaming experiences I've had this year. Easily. It does not beat out Expedition 33 for my game of the year, which is a whole other discussion if you consider DLCs something that could be game of the year, but we also have to remember that awards are made up. So, when people like bicker over what's going to get nominated at the Game Awards, I'm like, this shit's all made up, right? Like, we're giving awards to ourselves. Like, it. I don't know. I think people assume that the award shows are done by a higher being that is not a human, but it's like, no, we are putting on our own award shows. We understand this, right? Like, yeah, they teased UE6, and I'm like, all right, let's chill out a little bit. I know you got to be thinking ahead, but yeah, let's get Unreal 5 perfected, which they are adding so many cool features, and that OD thing looked nutty. And then you have CD Projekt Red also using it, which is only going to benefit Unreal Engine. Like, they've already figured out things that Epic is going to take back and like improve the engine. So I do mourn the loss of the Red engine a little bit, right? Because, man, they were able to do some really cool ass things in Cyberpunk. And to throw that away, not that they're throwing it away, they're taking that knowledge with them. And I also totally understand why they did it. Because they want to be able to make the game, but not also have to develop the engine at exactly the same time. Because it's like building the bridge as you're on it, or building the road as you... It's annoying, and it's not really great for development. So if they can have Epic handle that main development of the engine core functionality, like, that's a huge boon for CD Projekt Red. They love that. But it's very collaborative. I think people forget that the engine, like, as far as like everyone that's using Unreal, it's not as if they don't communicate back with Epic, and it's not like Epic doesn't take things from that. Epic has been very clear that, like, we're gonna love to work with CD Projekt Red. Like, they're tech wizards. Like, are you kidding me? Yes, I would agree that they had a very distinctive look because it was their in-house tech. And that's kind of what you get from when you do that. They're very geared towards a specific workflow. And it kind of sucks to lose that, presumably. That's why, Dying Light, the Beast or whatever, I'm not a Dying Light guy. I've never played one before, but this last one looks really cool. It looks more fun than the other ones. It looks like a beautiful area, and you're just beating the shit out of zombies and parkouring, and that looks awesome. And it seems to have more of a sense of humor about it. But I love that because it's their in-house tech still. It's just rare to see, someone still using their in-house engine. And so, shout out to them. That's very nice. They're still using their in-house engine, and it looks great. And it actually was pretty well optimized. Like, there were issues, but it was pretty minor. It was pretty rock solid, Well, not rock solid, but pretty good shit, Like, you don't need Unreal Engine 5 for everything. Let's not make the whole industry Unreal Engine 5. That would be a mistake to me. Okay, well, we still did good stuff here, right? Like, we put on some tessellation. I think they're just doing zero blending between this wall and the ground, which is not great, but it is what it is. Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance, that's also there. I think that is actually... Isn't that Crytek's engine? Isn't that what they've been using for a long time, if I remember correctly? Which doesn't really get used much, the Cry engine or whatever. Oh, there you go. You said it right in the message. I just fucking read like 2 words of it. Yeah, so CryEngine's great. It's interesting that CryEngine never really fully took off. They used it for their Crysis games, and obviously the earlier iteration for like Far Cry 1, and then they went off to use Dunia, and Ubisoft ended up, just moving it to their own fucking engine. I think they customized it. Yeah, I would expect that. And then I think the only other CryEngine game that's like actively a thing is like Hunt Showdown, right? Because that's also them, which I forget that Crytek makes that. Congrats on 30K. Maybe cook up Emerald Herald disrobing vid. Oh, God. Oh, no. Although that does bring up an interesting point. Uh, that is definitely something that I'm waiting that I can do with DS2. Because right now I can't really edit the meshes. I'm kind of limited by like, and I can do duct tape solutions, but realistically, there's a lot of meshes that I need to edit in Blender if we're being real, and I can't do that with Dark Souls 2. Stade can, because Stade is cooler than me and actually made his own Blender importer for his models, and like, so Stade's cooking up some cool mesh shit that like I can't do. But even if I could, here's the other problem. Well, that means the mod would have to be offline, because you're going to have to load those meshes. And, you'd be loading them through Mod Engine, or you would be through UXM by patching the EXE, right? And that would turn off offline or online functionality, and I know that that is kind of like a big deal for a lot of people. For me, it's not huge because I've just never been a huge multiplayer guy. It's never been my big Souls thing. But I know for a lot of people it is. And so that's why I think the current iteration of the mod is actually really cool, because it can just, because it's through DS2 Lighting Engine, you can just straight up play it online. I got messages, bloodstains, and DS2 has no idea what's happening. Congrats on 30K! I forgot to read the first part of that, I think. I appreciate it, thank you. It's funny that, I just had to do a Guinevere titty video. I was stuck in the 2900s for like ever. I think that's been the longest plateau, which is fine, because honestly, it doesn't even really matter, I think, a whole lot. Like, once you get a certain number of subscribers, it's enough reach to get your video out there to then potentially be seen by other people, right? And I think Twitter is a similar case, where the difference between having 10K and 20K followers isn't really, it doesn't always manifest itself as a linear increase in like engagement, right? Because that's going to depend on if people fucking see it. It's so algorithmic that I think once you have like 1,000 Twitter followers, or even less, even if you have like 500, I think you have a good enough chance, because it really just takes, what is the percentage chance that somebody in your follower list has a larger follower list than you, and if they comment, and if they like it, and then it gets shown on other people's feed, that's the real calculation. Not strictly the number, right? I don't know why I'm talking about that, to be honest, but that is that's what's on my brain at the moment. I think that stuff is interesting. We have a content problem right now. We have too much content. We need curation. That's what we've been focused on for the last like 10 years, is how do we curate? Like, Spotify's biggest issue is there's too much music for any one human to listen to on a given day, in a given second, in a given minute, in a given hour. So we need to algorithmically feed them what we think they'd want to listen to, and it will be a tiny, tiny 0.01% sliver of the overall music sphere, right? And that's hard. Like, that's hard to do, because you filter out so much to achieve that, right? So I don't know. I think about that a lot. It's about curation at this point. Nobody watches everything that's on Netflix. It's all about, what are you seeing? What do you see? Oh, this is interesting. This is like a case where parallax is actually just not working at all. Oh, that's interesting. A lot of TED Talks this stream? Yeah, I know. It turns out I like talking. That might be crazy. Yeah, this is an interesting case where, wait, oh, I know what happened. Hold on. So I noticed that the normal map for this, I think I goofed it up at some point, and it ended up basically having one of the channels missing. So here's the original one. Yes, okay. So let's take this one and make a height map out of it. Release the Guinevere mod. Why? Also, no. Also, telling me to do something. Not gonna happen. Damn it. Abraham Link, I saw your name and I forgot the chat rules. I actually clicked on that before I opened stream and I was gonna set that because I looked it up and it was just in YouTube Studio. Do you happen to know if heat distortion around bonfires has its own particle effect or... I mean, I don't... I would bet it's in the same particle file or particle effect as the fire itself. I would assume that's... Because in there... Well, I don't really 100% know how the DS2 like FFX or FXR, whatever, I don't know what file format they use for their like particle effects, but at least with DS1 particle effects, as far as I understand it, and Elden Ring and like the other games, you can do so many things within that singular file to have like emitters and point lights baked into it. So my assumption would be that they would bake it into the same effect. But knowing FromSoft, and specifically DS2 being the weirdest of the bunch technically in terms of design, it could be funny if they actually would have a separate thing for it. See if yeah, you were talking about the lava stuff. I would, you know, if you open that up in Map Studio, I'd be really curious because I've done absolutely nothing when it comes to the particle effects for almost any of these games. I have just not looked into that. There are other better, smarter people than me that have figured out editing those. Well, I guess the closest I got was Dark Souls 3, where I used that one FXR editor to literally just play around with the fucking torch particle effect to turn on shadow casting for it, and it just took a long time to figure that out. It was just like, change that number, save, reload it, and then I did that like 100 bajillion times until eventually I turned the one number that turned it on, and I was like, fuck yeah, hell yeah. That's called raw dogging it. That's how you raw dog a solution. You just keep doing it until you figure it out. It's basically, what's the slowest method? Let me do that. But I know it would work eventually. I guess that's how you like do binary editing as well. You just keep doing it until you have success. Alright, let's save that. Uh-oh, I think my... Nope, Blender's back. I thought it hung there for a second. So anyway, how is everyone's day going? Also, what are you most excited for at the State of Play? I think the Saros gameplay, or Saros, with Rahu Kohli as the lead is fucking awesome, but I also think Returnal is like the best PS5 exclusive still. Maybe hot take, I don't know, but I haven't played Ghost of Tsushima, but oh, I want to play Silent Hill F, but I'm broke. Man, I'm right there with you. Boy, I am right there with you. It looks cool. It looks really cool. I love Silent Hill 2 remake, and I've seen playthroughs of the original as well. But I think it looks great. Yeah, it is exhausting. Oh, I make edits to how sound works in these games. Oh god, yeah, yeah. It's just a lot of change one thing, check it again. Change one thing, check it again. That's how I did DS1 modding for like a year and a half. It was literally just, hey, I don't know what any of these numbers mean. I'll change that number. Okay, let me save it. Let me repack it. Okay, let me log out, log back in. Okay, I kind of see what that did. Okay, let me change the number more. Okay, all right, let me save that. Let me repack it. Okay, let me log out, log back. I literally did that 500 million times. Silent Hill F looks boring. Really? Interesting. I don't know. I thought it looked cool. I know someone said the combat's kind of but that's like kind of par for the course with Silent Hill. Like, from what I know, the combat is never the like star of the show, but I thought the environment looked cool. I watched like the first hour of Maximilian Dude playing it, and I don't know, seemed pretty creepy, fucking weird. But you know, to each our own. You know. All right, let's generate. Let's see what this comes up with. Souls Hill F. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see Silent Hill back, I guess. I've never been like a horror game fan, so I've been sort of outside of that. But I don't know. I'm surprised that it actually came back and like succeeded. Because I know when they first announced the Bloober team as doing Silent Hill 2 Remake, it was like, oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but I honestly think they crushed it. I think they honestly fucking crushed it. And it's kind of nice to see something not go the way that you thought. Where I was like, oh no, it's not gonna, it's gonna lose the, you know, which not everyone likes it, but I think they did a pretty tremendous job. State of play is in 2 hours, nice. Yeah, that's right, because it's at, or wait, isn't it at, I'm in the central time zone. Is it 4 p.m. Pacific time, or is it, wait, no, it's at 2 p.m. Pacific time, which is 4 p.m. my time, right? Maybe. That sounds right. Let's lower this a bit. Actually, no, that weirdly made it worse. Huh. Interesting. Maybe we'll do a little bit of smoothing. Nope, that didn't do it. That brought it up a bit. I'm okay with that. Okay, so let's once again pull up the displacement map here. 2 p.m. Pacific time. Nice. Good to know. I only really know to expect Saros gameplay. Honestly, I was super turned off by everything Konami related after hearing the conditions they put their employees in not even a decade ago. Yeah, oh, yeah, I mean, the code, yeah, the Konami of, yeah, the whole breakup with Kojima was pretty fucked. I'm not going to pretend to understand who is there and who isn't there, and I know they run pachinko machines, but also, like, I also admit that, like, if I really wanted to hold every company up to a moral standard, I think I just couldn't buy anything. If we're being honest, I don't think I could realistically buy the monitor I have. Because if I really looked at what LG did in its factories, I'd go, well, okay, I mean, I guess I won't use LG. Well, okay, what if I use Bose? Well, okay, I can't use that because they did. I think at a certain point we get to, like, companies are companies, and like boycotts, like, that's fine on certain things, but I don't know. I think we can get a little too far with that, where it's like, well, I can't buy anything. I just don't look into any company then at this point, because it means I can't buy it, or someone would say that I can't buy it. I don't know. Let's make that larger. Like, I think the whole Israel situation is tough, because it's like, okay, well, if they have their hands in every company ever, it's like, okay, well, what do I buy? What do I, like, I don't know. Like, if they say you can't use anything that has any affiliation with Microsoft, I'm like, well, that's a bit of a problem. I think we got to be real. Like, that's a problem. So, you know. And I guess for me, I'd be like, look, I don't have all the answers. I'm just trying to make it through the day. Like, I see a lot of posts that are like, make sure that you're vigilant and active, and I'm like, bro, I'm tired. There's a lot I'm supposed to be caring about right now, but like, there's a lot happening, okay? I'm tired. Also, I'm just a dude in a room, okay? Like, I don't know. Sometimes that's my response when it's like, dude, I'm trying my best over here, but like all of the statements of like make sure you're involved and you're at the local level and you're doing all of these things, and I'm just like, man, I am just one person, dude. I'm sorry, I get what you're saying, and I'm like, I support you, but I'm tired. Just, it's a lot, you know. I'm just a single person. I feel like I can't shoulder these kind of responsibilities for these grand things happening because I ultimately have no power over them. Which if we all just give up, then we're fucked. But like, I don't know. That's sort of just like an exhaustion thing of like, dude, I'm just tired. Stop telling me everything I need to care about and everything I need to be involved with and organize. Like I don't know. I don't have the answer. So, ooh, did I was talking a lot, so I forgot. Did I do the thing I wanted to do? I think I did. I think I saved the height map. Okay. So, here you go. So now we see the roughness map kind of getting in here. And then let's see. There's our parallax. Nice. Yeah, I have the fundraiser, and I'm like, I feel like that's also just kind of like nothing, because I didn't put it on the Guinevere video, because I was like, that feels weird to me. I don't know. That one I was like, it's on all the other videos. Well, I still need to go put it on some old ones, but like, of the ones I'm putting out, like, you have to make sure to like actually click on it and like tell the video to like put it. But the Guinevere one, I was like, that. I mean, I'm making a lady topless. Like, I don't know. That feels weird to tie that with that. But yeah, I think it's at like $1,000, which is honestly more than I thought it would be. So I don't know. It's something. I just feel so ultimately helpless. To where you just read the stories coming out of there and you're like, I don't know what to do with that. I'm gonna be real. I don't know what to do with that information. It's heartbreaking and like I don't even know how to like I don't even know how to think about it, like other than like disgust, right? But like I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. Because I can't do anything, right? I don't know. And like speaking out on it is good, but like also I don't know. I feel like the people that have the control and can do something about it like are just not doing something. And I don't know. I don't have the answer. I simply do not. Yeah, that parallax, it's yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna fall in the hole now because I think we've done what we can do here, and I unfortunately just don't have. I don't have a torch. Oh, I actually thought it was gonna give me a killing screen. Oh, well that's actually nice. I thought you guys were gonna fuck me over, but oh, wait, you mean that counts? Wait. I feel bad putting you in this state of mind. Oh, no. Oh, Abraham Link, you're totally cool. No, I'm yapping. I just like talking about it. No, Konami, man, they had their head up their ass. And, I mean, to be honest, they probably still do, but they just decided that, hey, we would like to make money from video games again. They just totally dropped off. But also, check this out. So wait, I successfully did that. I didn't have to light the thing, right? I didn't know that. Because he said, hey, your shit got better. I mean, that's not what he really said, but that's basically what he said. Huh. Okay. I kind of thought you had to light the thing. Alright. I mean, fuck that, alright. Shit. I probably should have homeward bone. That actually is going to take some health for me. Fuck. Yeah, I would also... I think that's also what complicates the... I think we're very quick to like, fuck that company. And I'm like, yeah, but like, I think we also have to realize that the people that work at these companies are also normal people, right? I believe you need to light all three. Oh, okay. So, like, I can finish... damn. Okay. I guess Man, they really should. You know, one thing I didn't find out with modding Dark Souls 2, I never figured out how to make the torches purchasable. Because the game treats the torch like no other object in this game. At least from what I've seen. Like, it quite literally has an ID, and it has... But it's like not a thing, because it's never in your inventory. So it's also not like a purchasable thing. And yet it is something that you pick up. But it doesn't go in your inventory. It simply just adds to the time. So I unfortunately I never figured that out, because I think you should be able to like purchase torches or something. Like, I don't know. Even if it was like a finite amount. Kind of like human effigies, right? I don't know why they were like, what if we just only let you get them on certain enemies? Yeah. Like Gavlan wheel, Gavlan deal.
Well,
Let him deal some torches, you know? Let him deal some torches.
no interest.
Sorry, Chloanne. Also, go talk to your dad. He's fucking green, okay? He needs your help. What's the other thing I could do? What's an area that I have not messed with a whole lot? Oh! I was gonna show the SSR stuff, but I'd have to, like, reload the entire game. So probably not. What if I tried... Oh, actually, this character... Hold on. No. This character can do a lot. I have my New Game Plus one that I have actually not gotten the Ashen Mist Heart yet. Somehow. Let's see what I do on Elan hitless. Let me just zone the fuck out and do that. That might be fun. I'm gonna go naked. Because I don't plan on getting hit. Yeah, it might be fun to just do some of this, right? It doesn't have to be modding only. I mean, while I'm here, I'll still look at some shit, but... I would like to have hitless Elan at some point. And if I could do it on stream, well, that's just ideal, right? That's just ideal. Oh, I must have made this area. No, oh, no, the player lantern's too bright. That's right, I forgot. That's actually something I would like to bring up to Rage at some point and be like, hey, I think it'd be really cool if we could control the player lantern per atmosphere, because right now it's just a general option. But here's the problem. This, like if I set it at 1.0, it is not an equivalent 1.0 brightness in every zone. It's actually still reading the player light param that is being active based on the collision that the character is walking on. And then from that player lantern, it is then modifying it using this customization. But that's very different from being able to control it in all areas. And so there still are issues where I'll go into certain areas and the player lantern is not bright enough, but I don't have control over that. I simply have this slider here, which you have to change when you go to a different zone because you're like, oh, now it's too bright, too, you know, so. And interestingly enough, if you go into the lighting preset, and then under the shadow settings, there is this sort of player light testing where I correct it because the default setting here, I think actually doesn't look great. And so I usually actually switch it to 0 for this offset. And then I change it to 0.65 here. And I generally find that, but you can even like switch it just by using the slider. But I have found that to be the most visually pleasing of the, because you can actually move it to, like when I take screenshots, I'll move the offset to where it actually lights up the back of your character more, because that's actually what you're seeing all of the time, right? So, you know, it's kind of a balance there where I think the original setting is like this, where the light is being focused more on your face, but you can't see that. So I'll commonly move the player light back a bit. All of that is controlled in the player light param, but obviously you can't modify that unless you want the game to be offline, right? You bitch. I'm not ready for this. Oh, also hot take. I think this run back is not as hard as people make it out to be. And also I'm gonna die on the doing it, which is gonna be really funny. Fuck you. Fuck you, you know I was making a good point, and you didn't want me to make the point. And I respect that, but also fuck you. Let me warm up. Let me warm up, okay? Let me warm up. That doesn't count. That doesn't count, okay? I was making a point, and they said, fuck your point, you bitch. You absolute bitch. Okay. Hold on. So I'm going to wait until I know that I'm going to do it successfully, and then I'll say it, because then it sounds better. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Don't clip that out. Doesn't count. Instantly justice served. I was humbled almost immediately. Actually, what's my equip load? I think that's the lightest roll, right? If I remember correctly. Alright, so I don't need a health ring. Stamina? Maybe. But definitely not fire. I don't need the fire. Until you collect the 3 crowns. Yeah, does not have to deal with the finite effigy count. Yeah, oh yeah, because you don't hollow. But that doesn't work for Dark Lurker, right? You basically, yeah, because you can basically shove them out with the Black Crystal. The other trick for Elan, actually, is just quitting out. If you're doing a no-hit run, actually. Because you can, like, if he ever just hits you, just try to log out really quickly, and then it will chuck you out in front of the fog wall. I was watching somebody, and they did that, and I went, oh shit, that's awesome. That's, wow. I just don't have to do the run back nearly as often. But if you fail to quit out and you die, then you have to run back. But, yeah, like that, I was like, damn, dude, I didn't even think about that. That's a great idea. Fuck. I don't think I have any good rings, really, that have anything to do with anything. Reduces damage taken from behind. No, I like it from behind. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't clip that. Limits HP reduction when hollow. Yeah. I don't like the gradually restores HP. I think it looks like shit when it's on my character. Once you initiate the fight, the game freezes. I believe so. Yeah. Yeah. That was a good call. Yeah, I believe they actually, like, stop it. And I was really shocked that, like, it worked, that you could quit out kind of like Bed of Chaos style, and they chuck you out in front of the fog wall. And thank God they had the actually, I might just wear the life ring +3 just to survive the run back, because the chances are I'll take a hit. I've done it not getting hit running there, but yeah, check this out. I was doing a lot of run. Fuck you. Okay, I'm not. Look, I'm streaming when I'm doing it, so like that, take off like 20. Fuck you. Also, I made the run back harder because the area is way darker, so that's kind of my fault. Like, it's way darker in my mod, but that's because I actually have shadow casting. So I know I didn't need to heal there, but like I wanted to make sure I had enough life to actually make it back. So this is my route. And I found this to be a pretty good route, you know? Because, like, okay, you get hit there a little bit. They follow you right up until here. And sometimes they still shoot you. But most of the time they don't. And then you're good. Also, I'm pretty proud of how it looks in my mod. I made sure that the floors were still incredibly glossy. I think in like the default mode, they were kind of foggy looking, and I'm like, no, they must be incredibly glossy. Man, what a peak boss though. Are you kidding me? Like, this is just so cool. This is like peak. This and Fume Knight are peak DS2 for me. Like, they cooked so incredibly hard on this fight. It's crazy. Like, his moveset isn't exactly like the most complex, but I think it's perfect for what it is. Nah, you're not gonna get me with that by chance. I don't think so. I've gotten pretty close to the no-hit. I got him down to like 10%. And I'm like, fuck, man. Yeah, I do really good damage with this. So I think that this actually bodes well. You just really have to be patient Pete. Okay, that was actually not good because there's actually a delay after I'm done using that. Ooh, sometimes that gets my pinky toe, and that counts as a hit. And I hate that. Also, I wonder if he's going to parry me. He's only done that once in any time I've ever fought him. In any... Okay, I could have hit you a second time, but I didn't trust it. Also, I'm a good streamer right now, and I'm not actually looking at the chat. Dude, if I first try it, that'd be so funny. That'd be so funny to me. Oh, thank God, he didn't hit me. Nope, not doing that. Oh, fuck my ass. Whoa, the game gave me that one. That was just barely in. Nope, I fucked up. Woo! Man, that was close. That was pretty good. I know, right? Yeah, he almost had me. Rage quit. I crashed out. Nah, I'm like, no, I gotta do it hitless. I could have beat him. I could have beat him like 500 years ago. I mean, I've already beat him normally, you know, whatever. I've done it without summons, so I can at least say I have that accomplishment, but I've always wanted to do the no-hit. His better boss movesets. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I think DS3, like, I've thought a lot about... I was gonna say I've thought a lot of thoughts about DS3, and I'm like, that's a really stupid sentence. But I've thought about a lot about DS3 over, you know, after playing DS2, modding DS1 a lot. You know, and I get what they were doing. Oh, this had the parallax turned off. That's interesting. I don't know why. That it was a narrowing of the formula, where DS1 kind of set the... I mean, obviously Demon Souls is the blueprint, and then Dark Souls evolved that, and then Dark Souls 2 just said, we're going to try a ton of shit. We're just going to be weird, and I love it. And then DS3 said, oh no, let's filter that back down. Let's have less weapons, no power stancing, and generally we lost the quirkiness, in my opinion at least. I think we lost the quirkiness. I think the humor is largely also not there. And perhaps that's intentional, that it's very dour, and that's what it's meant to be. But, like, I do find DS3 has a lot less natural humor to it, where DS1 and DS2 are pretty much always funny to me. There's always funny stuff happening. And I feel like DS3, maybe to its credit for some people, is less janky in some ways, so it just doesn't strike me as very funny or quirky. I don't find DS3 to have like a super strong like personality. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that. I guess it does have a personality. It's just one that I find less interesting. It's more one note, maybe. Dark Souls 2 just has so many ideas, and some of them are not good, but you know, I don't know. I love that they tried, you know? And DS2, or DS3 just feels like they were, you know, that's something I was talking about on the last stream. So if you've already heard this, just mute the stream, I guess. And I probably shouldn't be doing this, but it's actually nice to talk like while I'm fighting him, because I'm just in the flow. I think people forget that DS3 was, a large part of it was designed in, you know, overlapping DS2. At least a portion of it, right? So they didn't even, the body wasn't even cold yet. Like, they wouldn't even know, the smoke hadn't cleared. I don't know how many different other like analogies I can come up with, but like, they didn't even have closure on what DS2 accomplished or didn't when they were developing DS3. So how the fuck would they know what to include and what not to? Dude, that was crazy, Alon. I hope you know that that was insane. No human moves like that. But yeah, I like to get into the head of what they were thinking. Because I think they just did not know the overall reception 100%. And like what was liked, what wasn't liked, even what they liked, right? So I don't know. That, because the gap between DS3 and DS1 is obviously way larger than the gap between DS2 and DS3. They had time to think about what they liked in DS1 and didn't like. DS2 didn't really, you didn't really get that opportunity. They were making too many games at once. Because you have Bloodborne in the mix too, and that clearly influenced DS3 greatly. So, I don't know. I think there's reasons why DS3 didn't include a lot of DS2 stuff. It was just a way more recent thing. I still forget that, like, Scholar of the First Sin came out around the time of Bloodborne, and that blows my mind. That just sounds wrong to me. That they would release DS2 around the same time as their other big title that they were working on. I don't know. That's crazy. It's not like they can't have two games, but that close to each other? I don't know. It felt a little weird, but you know. Ooh, that was good. That was a good damage. Ooh, I just got that. Nah, I could have hit you on that. I just didn't trust it. Patient Pete. Oh, I could have gone for a third hit, and I just absolutely said... See, that one, he waited a bit. I love that. He has, like, these added delays that he can throw in there if he wants to. And then he goes, what if I have no delay? What about that? Ooh! Oh, that was... I honestly thought he had me. I'm gonna be real with you. I thought he absolutely fucking got me on that. But it turns out he actually very much did not. We did it! Let's go! Fuck yeah. Fuck you, Alon. Didn't take that long. Turns out you're a bitch ass. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And I did it all while ranting. So, there you go. There's my gamer cred for the day. Now I can work on this zone in peace. No one needs the sub for that. Don't worry about that. It's all good. It's all good. If you want, then just give me money. But, like, no. The accomplishment. Oh, did I tell you guys that... I said this on Twitter, but I didn't say it to anyone, like, on stream. Did you know that the floor texture in here is actually a reused texture from Dark Souls 1? It was actually it's called the floor block 3 that's used in Dark Souls 1 in Undead Burg a lot. And it's actually used in the bonfire room, the first bonfire room. And it's used in a lot of other areas. And they basically just altered it, and they covered up certain things, and they reused it. And so what I did is I said, I'll raise you one, and I'll actually bring the texture from Dark Souls 1, and then I'll edit it myself, because it actually looked better. Yeah, the parallax I don't like, though. I will say that. Oof. Yeah, they took some textures from Dark Souls 1. The other one you'll notice that's like really stand out, and they didn't even change it, is on your way to Heights Tower Flame. There's like the trim. There's like this brick trim texture, and it's just one of the classic textures from Undead Burg. They just took that. And then you'll also notice in Forest of the Fallen Giants and some other areas, they have this bookshelf that has like pots on it and plates. That entire mesh and texture, the whole thing is just straight up from DS1. Like, they just took it. They just said, that's ours. We will use that now, which I think is perfect. Like, there's no reason to not just reuse that, right? So I was like, fuck yeah. And it's like, man, I am so Dark Souls modding pilled that I can notice that shit, and it's weird. Yeah, that bookshelf got a lot of use. They love that bookshelf so much. It's crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between DS2 and DS3. I think a lot of people... It is an insane run that they were on from 2014 through 2015 through 2016, and then ending in 2017 with the Ring City DLC. And then they had that gap where they took a little bit of extra time on Sekiro. And that's where they upgraded their tech a lot. And it looks a lot better. That's when they finally figured out the PBR workflow. To a degree. I personally think they're very I think they don't like specular that much. And I think that's because they had too much of it. It was too wet in DS3 and Bloodborne. And then when they went to Sekiro and Elden Ring, they were like, no, 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 we got to tamp that down, tamp that down, tamp that down. We can't go back to that. Oh yeah, this room doesn't even have shadow casting turned on because I could never get to this room. Exactly, that's a good point, Abraham Link. Because exactly, the later things in DS3's development is when you saw, an increase, specifically Green City. Yeah, it was like, oh, here's a bunch of extra DS2 stuff. Wow. You had the Pyromancer, you had the Harvest Valley itself, and then there's other stuff too in the Ring City. I forget, but there's a lot more. Okay, let me turn on the highlight selection because here we need. This is a case where the sun is just flying through this room. Yeah, I do think that basically DS3 itself and whatever that entailed was, yeah, prior to him having actual control. Because it does seem like, he was like, okay, that's it. Like, we're gonna start making new stuff. Let's close DS3. And I almost think that that's kind of the fun theory about Dark Souls 3. And I know that they'll never confirm it. But you do wonder if it is intentionally a funhouse image, like mirror reflection of what they thought people wanted from a sequel in terms of like callbacks and whatnot. You wonder if it was almost them saying, well, if this is what you want, we'll give it to you. And so that's why you get those really like overt, over the top, ridiculous, like I've said it so many times, but the Andre thing just is always weird to me, where he's just there. He's just there. Like, there's no reasoning for it. They don't even do the time is convoluted thing. They just go, he's there. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I don't know. That one I thought was a little like, well, okay. I felt like DS2 was at least trying to be clever. Where they would say the Lord of Light, they wouldn't say Gwen, right? Or they would say the one who granted us the first death, not Nito. I just feel like it was a more clever way of referencing back without just shouting it from the rooftops, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, and it's weird because the first time through DS1 or DS3, I really enjoyed like the DS1 callbacks because I was like, no way, I just played that. But I will admit, the more time I've spent with it, the more I'm like, okay. Because you know what feels really weird to me about that is that it's very overt. And correct me if I'm wrong, I certainly don't pretend to be an expert, but I feel like one of Miyazaki's biggest things is subtlety, right? And so I find it really odd that like it's so overt. Like you're in the Farron swamp and they just straight up go, "Hey, there's those mushroom guys. You remember those guys? They're dead. And they're the same model, but now they're like dead." And I was like, "Oh, so you're just gonna pull the enemy? It's not. We're not doing like a. Okay, I don't know. I found that weird where I'm like, oh, we're just going to grab them, drop them, and then say, that's it. And then like when you get to the Catacombs of Carthage, you're like, oh, hey, do you remember this boss you fought here? Or the Taurus demon or any of the demons. So they were like, well, what if we took their models and they are now statues? And I'm like, sure, yes. Couldn't there be a more interesting way of showing that? I don't know. The more and more I've thought about it, I'm like, that seems very un-Miyazaki. But then I thought, what if that's the point? I don't know. I think it's just fun to think about. But I still really like DS3. And I play it a lot. I don't play it as much. I'm obviously going to be spending a lot of time with it in the future. I think later in maybe like November, December. All I know is that DS3 Lighting Engine, like that's the current plan. It's probably later this year that it will be in a form that I can actually make a mod from it. Currently, it's not there yet. DS1 already statued up demons. Like, yeah, exactly. Like DS1 already. I don't know. It seems odd to me. Like I understand that they were saying all the worlds are converging, and like so that's why you could see stuff from a prior time. But that obviously breaks down very quickly when. Well, here's a counterpoint though that I actually think from the DS2's perspective is at least interesting in that. And just I'm just gonna yap for a while, which is I'm saying that as if you guys aren't used to that, but if you think about it, the events of DS1 are by their very definition more important than the events of DS2, right? I would argue that that's even DS2's point. Like that's the core ideological argument of DS2, to me at least, is that it doesn't matter. It's gonna happen no matter what. Like there's gonna be someone who's going to continue it, or it's endless, right? And so technically, if you think of it from that angle, the fact that DS1 things would show up more than DS2 does make sense to me in that sense. Because exactly, DS2 is by its design and definition and I think that's just how it was conceived of, is that it is just one. It is just a simple point in between the bajillions of cycles. So like it is not as important. It just isn't. So and maybe that's cope, but and I say that as like the ultimate DS2 lover, but like I think if you really look at what DS2 is trying to tell us, I think it makes sense that it would not be something that so obviously shows up because it was just one of many, right? And many had happened. And I actually think DS3 is really interesting in the sense that so many cycles had happened that, and I didn't even catch this until I think I was watching a lore video and they were talking about it, where in DS1 they show you the bosses that you're going to be fighting because they are the great ones, right? Or the great souls or whatever. And then Dark Souls 2 they say, those great ones continue and they manifest themselves in the new world and they continue the cycle, right? And they take a different form. And then DS3, it's actually inverted because so many cycles have happened that they ran. You're not even looking for the great souls anymore. It's sort of you're actually just fighting prior linkers of the flame because it's a diminishing returns of how many souls you can gather to keep the fire going. It's literally just burning out. We have run out of people. We're actually putting ashes on top of ashes to form unkindled ash, and like that's who we are when we start DS3. We're not the same as the Chosen Undead. We're not the bearer of the curse. We are actually like the manifestation of so many ashes of prior linkers that it is formed into like a new being. So like I don't know. I think that's actually super interesting. I love that concept in the lore. And so I think it's I don't know. I when I see them make like the super clear like callbacks, I'm like, okay. I don't think we had to be as obvious about it, but yeah, I don't know. I thought that's a really cool like idea for closing out the series, right? And I think Gale is still my favorite Souls boss of all time. You know, I may be the biggest DS2 lover this side of the Mississippi, but let me tell you, Gale, Slave Knight Gale is just everything I've ever wanted out of a boss fight. Just everything. It's everything I've ever wanted. But yeah, Andre, he's just chilling. He's hanging out, man. We could have had a new blacksmith. We could have, and they just said, "What if it's the same model? What if it's the same model from DS1?" It's like, yeah, all right, I guess. Which side of the Mississippi is Iraq? Oh, that's a good call. I think that's. I mean, I guess technically both sides, depending on which way of the world you go, since we're just a big globe, right? Unless you're a flat earther, right? um, Also known as Corridor Simulator 2016. Wait, is that? Oh, you're talking about like DS3? I mean, I guess I don't agree with that, but that's like a joke, I suppose. But It's obviously more linear than like DS2, but DS2's got a lot of corridors too. It's also got just a lot of empty rooms, you know, where they just didn't have clutter, and it was just empty. It was just kind of weird. But we also know their development was brutal, so and they had conflicting directions, I think. But that's the crazy thing is we'll never fully know because FromSoft, I think, will just never talk about it again. They just don't talk about their prior projects terribly often unless they're asked about it, and even then it's just like, oh yeah, that was pretty fun to work on, that was cool. But like, are we ever going to know the true story? No. Corridor slop. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I like whoever on Twitter was like, there was like a person who really liked DS3, and they were like, a from slop roll drone. I'm like, what? What? Okay. Okay. Rumor is they're remaking DS3. Yeah, I'm like, that rumor just doesn't make sense to me. It's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, but I think if you really knew like a lot about From Software, that doesn't make any sense. It's not to say that, I mean, I could eat my hat and maybe they would do that, but like, I don't think so. Like, it doesn't match up with anything they've ever done in the past. So maybe they would surprise us, but like, on paper, no. I mean, they don't have any interest. Thus far, they've shown zero interest in remaking or remastering their own stuff. Like, just none. Zero. Miyazaki's talked about it, but like, he's always talked about it from the angle of, oh, I don't have any problem with them. But as far as I know, he's quite literally never mentioned anything in the first person or of From Software having any interest in it. So that one I don't understand. I've always been like, that rumor doesn't, I can see someone else doing it. The 10th anniversary is coming up. So, yeah. Yeah, Scholar's the closest. Yeah, as far as like them doing any sort of remaster, because it basically was them going, well, we have higher quality assets on PC. What if we included that for the Xbox One and PS4 release? Which they did, and that was good. But yeah, that's like the closest they've actually ever gone. Oh yeah, I need to mess with his floor. Oop. Wrong. Yeah, now that I'm up in here, I can actually modify it. So that's if you turn off SSR, which is actually interesting because if you turn off SSR, move over here. Yeah, it's interesting. You can see the planar reflection is pretty low quality. I mean, you're probably talking like quarter res, right? Oh yeah, and then you can see the player show up a little bit. Well, actually, no. When you turn on SSR, it actually cuts off. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, here I do love that you can manage the planar portion of it on its own. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, really? I'm a little surprised that the SSR isn't picking up on the sky here. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Planar. Yeah, the planar really has the sky. I mean, I love planar. This is a completely flat, plane, so it's perfect for planar reflections. But SSR still will catch things that, because in DS2 and really all their games up until DS3, they had the reflection camera setup that you would just tell it, hey, put a check mark on that. That object is going to be rendered in the planar reflections at the lower resolution, right? And so it's just a really easy setup, Yeah, so the absorption is really important because here I think you actually want to keep the absorption low. or actually no, you want to keep it really high because if you go really low, it actually like the reflection isn't as sharp as it could be. And that we want to maintain the mirror-like um, almost all run of DS3 are similar. Yeah, well, DS3 has two pathways, which then somewhat quickly narrows down to one. Um, and yeah, admittedly, I think DS2 is more of a callback to Demon Souls, in that uh, instead of it being archstones that would have the different pathways, they just made actual pathways in the world that go off of Majula, right? And you have like your four pathways to each great one, and you can kind of do those in different orders based upon, at least in Scholar, you have the fragrant branches, right? That was sort of their gating mechanic for that. But you did have more freedom as far as like which area to go to. And DS3 was, you know, what was really weird about DS3 to me is I find Firelink Shrine weird. Because it's weird. They literally start off the bat by saying, "Boom, this isn't connected to anything," which I guess sets the tone to not expect that. It seemed like a very quick, if you're looking for DS1 interconnected, not gonna happen. If you're looking for DS2 freedom, actually, you're also not gonna find that. It is a two-way ticket that very quickly becomes a one-way ticket. For better or worse, that is what it is. And I actually think the level design of DS3 is very much informed by the Shulva DLC in terms of how it functions and how they always. It was a fairly straightforward, like you had a path to go in all of the DS3 areas, but there would always be like one or two shortcuts that would like a gate that opens here. And so like Shulva, I feel like was sort of the big example of that idea of level design, where it's like wide linear, but at least in Shulva you had like tons of interactions with the environment, where I think DS3 is massively lacking in that to a certain degree. There's some environmental interaction as far as like Farron Swamp. You have like those little light thingies that you can extinguish, so that's something, and that opens a door. But like I feel like DS2 just had so much of that. Like Hyde's Tower, you have like the levers, right? And you can like level or lift the thing in the Dragon Rider boss arena if you want, but you don't have to, you know? And then you have even right in Majula, they have the fucking well that you can hit a thing and then the rock goes down and then it brings up an object. That's another environmental interaction. Lost Bastille has where it lifts the thing and all the people jump out of it. Thought that was cool. And then actually the fact that in Forest of the Fallen Giants and some other areas where you hit a door and then it will actually have the enemy open the door for you on the other side, which is so fucking weird and cool, and they don't tell you about it. And it's like, well, all right. And it just had so much more of that. And obviously the torch mechanic is the biggest example of like the fact that you start No Man's Wharf and it's not lit up, but by the end of it, you absolutely light the fuck up out of it. And that's awesome. And that's so cool and satisfying. And I wish every area had a similar type thing, but only half or less of them did. Yeah, Liam Lois was a huge environmental interaction type thing. You could even kick a snowball to create a shortcut and kill the enemies in a Looney Tune style, like Ferris Lockstones. They all had cool things. You have the water fountains that cry and heal you. That's awesome. There's so much of that keeps it lively, and I just think that DS3 doesn't have much of that, if at all. Like, it just wasn't focused on that. And yeah, exactly. Broom Tower. You had the Iron Scepter. And then, I mean, I think Broom Tower is like fascinating level design. Like all the different levels and holes and secrets and things. And there just was a lot more environmental interaction. And I missed that. I have to admit, I really do miss that when I go back to DS3. Because I just don't get that. There's just none of that. And I get that they were trying to like filter the formula down, but I don't know. It just didn't. There just wasn't a lot to. You kind of really just were going through the areas and a very pure Souls experience, I guess I'll say. Is there any way to replace and add voices? Yeah, I admit I'm not an expert with that, but yeah, like there are the sound files, and I think in DS2 at least, I think it was Moonlight Ruin who showed off a clip of like new voice acting for a new NPC that they made. So like it's a thing. Now, as far as making higher quality, like higher bit rate versions or something, I don't actually know much about that. I'm wondering if their sound system is just hot trash, and no matter what you do to them, they're gonna be low quality. I don't really know. I'll be honest. I don't know. Because yeah, they use some pretty fucking low quality shit. Like even in Elden Ring, it's kind of funny. Um, yeah, look at this when you do the Fresnel. Yeah, you definitely want to have manual Fresnel. Now this is interesting. So when you enable the SSR, you actually get rid of a level of detail a little bit there. There's a level of clarity that's being lost. That's interesting. Hmm. Oh, but actually you get that detail back by cranking up the SSR. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So the SSR by default was just needed a little bit more to pick up on the... Okay, I'm fine with that. We can crank it. We can crank it a little bit. Every once in a while, you got to crank it. Oh, I meant sound effects in general, be it weapon. Yeah, that type of stuff. Okay, so DS2 uses Fmod. You need to extract the FSBs. You could replace stuff with them. Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't sure where that was at with DS2 because DS2 is definitely known for, hey, what if we use this really weird animation format that no one has documentation of, or and I wonder what actually happened with that project because who was working on that? It's the same guy who was doing the debug menu and really awesome stuff, and actually got that to have an editor for like DS2 animations. And they were actually like, oh, well, now it's possible to port animations from other games into Dark Souls 2, theoretically. Because I think the animations of DS2 are one of the weaker points, like easily. I think the animation system is pretty bad in DS2. Yeah, Radai, there you go. Yeah, Lord Radai. What a fucking genius. Jeez. And I learned he's like, isn't he like in his low 20s or whatever? And I'm like, Jesus Christ, if I was that smart at that age. Well, I don't really know where the end of that. Yeah, morphine, right. Which is like, eesh, eesh, okay. And he like reverse engineered that bullshit? Yeah, the physics in DS2 are fascinating to me because they did away with ragdolling to a point. It has like a period of time where they will have some physics interactions after you kill an enemy, but then it very quickly disappears and then they cut it off. I had always assumed it was a performance related optimization where they were like, we can't do the DS1 thing where all of the corpses can be moved around in like a spaghetti method, right? And DS2 was like, what? No. No, we will not. They will die, they have 2 seconds, and then they stop moving. And I just figured it was a CPU thing where they were like, fuck that. Fuck that, cut it off. Fuck that, cut it off. We can't support that anymore. And then the big enemies just fucking disappear. So, and I was like, yeah, that checks out. Oh, is there a new spell that interacts with ragdolling? I'm really bad with spells, so I don't. That'd be really interesting though. It could have been like a happy, like, you know, two birds with one stone, where they're like, hey, we're optimizing anyway, but we'd also like to fucking get rid of it. Oh, dead again. It casts a dark flame. Yeah, interesting. I do remember that. I remember getting that hex, and I don't think I ended up actually ever using it. But that's awesome. Okay, you know what the other thing I want to do? I really want to get the volumetric light shaft set up. And I really don't care if it's completely different than like the other atmosphere outside here, because you're going to go through the fog wall anyway. So I don't care if the lighting has to like shift and it looks a little awkward. I don't really care. It's worth it at this point. But I want to get volumetric light shafts or even just regular light shafts working, because I don't want to affect the mirror-like shine on the floor. That's kind of the tough part. So let's go into this. Dead Again was also put into DS3, but there they left in the ragdoll. Oh, some corpse desync. Yeah, that's what I found interesting is that, yeah, DS3 just went back to that. And I had assumed it could have just been peculiarities with DS2's like technical makeup that they were like, okay, well, we don't have time to get that all working like we do. I really do think, what would DS2 have been if instead they had just taken the DS1 engine and not done all of the new animation system, the morphine thing? Like, what if they had not tried to do all that weird, quirky stuff that they ended up having to cut out a decent bit of the lighting related stuff? I'm curious. The development presumably would have been not as difficult, and maybe, I don't know. I sometimes think of that, of like, actually, I need to make a new atmosphere in here that is just Cerulean. Imagine DS3 with four-way rolling. Yeah, that's something that I've never. I'm not like a combat god in these games, so I was never like super, I don't know, aware of the like minute rolling differences between like DS1 and like DS3 and DS2. As far as like, I mean, I understood the like iframes and related to that, and like the delay between actions in DS2 versus DS1 and DS3. Yes, I agree that DS1, like, going back to mod DS1 is a bit of a trip, because it really is like going back to the Stone Age in a lot of ways, where like you do have planar reflections and they honestly look amazing in that game. Specifically remastered, up the resolution on them, and they look fantastic. But the lack of any shadow casting other than sun shadows is crazy, and it does. I miss it. You also don't have cloth physics. Not really. Not really. You have this really weird bone-based system that got used on like nothing. So it got used on the giant enemy in Anor Londo specifically with their cloth a little bit. But that was it. I know Stade got close and had like a video of him walking around with like a cape on, but it still looked really bad. And like, yeah, yeah, exactly. There's four enemies, and I was like, well, how? As I've learned with Souls modding, is that like nothing is truly impossible. It's simply, is there the will to do it? Because these geniuses in the Souls modding community, like Drop Off, for instance, those fucking mad lads, and TKGP, the Grim, those kind of people, they can will it into existence. Like, they can make it. They can reverse engineer. They can do whatever the fuck they need to make some shit happen. And because I had someone in the last stream, I think, ask, or maybe it wasn't this stream, and I've just been streaming too long, of like, could you put DS1's assets into DS3? And it's like, yeah, you could. I mean, realistically, I don't think anything is fully like. I mean, they ported Majula to Elden Ring, so like, yeah, technically, nothing really could stop that. Aside from, obviously, I think if you ever actually did it as like a full project, you're gonna run into like so many different like little scripting things and like little differences that I think you'd have to. But I think you could figure it out for sure. I don't think there's any world where that's like not possible. Is it worth it? No, I don't really think so. I think DS1 is special because of what it is, not because of what it could be. Like, I like DS1 combat, personally. I don't know. I kind of like that DS2 plays different than DS1, and DS1 plays different than DS2, and DS1 plays different than DS3. They all play very differently, and I think that's cool. I don't know. Yeah, poor Bloodborne. Oh god, Sony will shut that shit down. Oh, I tweeted this out before I got on stream, but I'm interested what your guys' thoughts are. Um, Basically, I kind of had a thought where I was like, what if the reason why we haven't had anything with Bloodborne, like not even talked about, barely, what if there was a behind the scenes wrangling over the IP? I'm kind of curious because otherwise it doesn't. I just have run out of other excuses. Like, I think we've run out of reasons as to why it would not be happening or talked about, or and I don't really trust the arguments of like, oh, well, that's because they hate Bloodborne. And I'm like, oh, other than them not doing anything on Bloodborne, we don't have any evidence of that. Like, we've heard from executives that they love it, and we've heard from like off the record that they love it. So like, and also it's not in their interest to not love it, and they're a company. So like, I don't know. That's never been the most like persuasive argument, is that they just fucking hate Bloodborne. Because I'm like, I don't think that's true. Actually, I don't. Say what you will about Sony, I don't I don't take the absence of Bloodborne stuff as them hating it. Because even if they hated Bloodborne, they would still do it. Because they want to make money. They've remastered shit that they didn't have to remaster because of money. I'm not even sure if Sony loved Days Gone and they fucking put that on PC. So like, I don't I don't think that really goes into their thinking. Because they've done a ton of shit before they've touched Bloodborne. And I don't know that it's on games they necessarily love. I think it's because they said that shit's gonna make money. And that's where the argument against Bloodborne breaks down, because it's like, oh, that's a guaranteed moneymaker. Like, that's a guaranteed moneymaker. It's like, there's no. The only way that you would lose money on Bloodborne is if you remastered it and then took $1 billion and set it on fire. Like, there's just no way that you wouldn't put out a Bloodborne something and you're gonna get a return on that investment. I don't think there's any good evidence that they would not. Like, every indicator points to, fuck yeah. Um, yeah, like I don't want a Bloodborne 2. I just don't think that's a realistic anything from, like, if From Software's not doing it, I don't want that. I mean, that is one where I have like a hard thing of like, I don't trust anyone with that. I don't. No, like, there's no other developer that. Yeah, yeah. My ideal situation is actually not a remake, because while I love Demon Souls, I love Bloodborne more, and I am more protective of Bloodborne's aesthetic and look and art direction than I am over Demon Souls. Demon Souls I found to have a fairly generic fantasy aesthetic in many cases. Not always. And I love it. But I didn't think it had nearly as strong of an identity as Bloodborne does. Like, Bloodborne, you share a screenshot of Bloodborne without saying what it is, without the hunter on it, someone's going to know that's fucking Bloodborne. So, I'm much more protective of that. Also, the music. The music. Like, if you remake Bloodborne and you fucking touch that music, that's tough for me. I don't think you touch that soundtrack. That's the most goated soundtrack. Like, you just don't touch that. Like, it is what it is, and you play that soundtrack, but you do not re-record that shit. I don't know. Like, that to me is, I think we're getting into murky territory once you start doing that. I don't know. But my ideal situation is like a very just light remaster, you know? Let's just up the resolution. Let's up the frame rate. Let's push out those mesh LODs a little bit, you know? If we have some source textures, which we should, let's use some higher quality textures. That's cool. That's cool. But we're not remaking assets. We're not making new meshes. We're not. I think you can do very simple stuff with that, and you'd have a fantastic remaster. And it could still be super accurate to the original because it is the original. It just is no longer locked down to the lower resolution and frame rate. And there's those other things you could do, of course. And you could raise the resolution of the planar reflections. It even had SSR support, but it didn't use it. So could you make that a thing? Sure. Volumetric fog, I think, is you could look to where FromSoft went with their engine. Could volumetric fog be in Bloodborne? I would be hesitant to add that to Bloodborne because you don't want to change the look of how they did their fog. So I don't know. I find it really interesting what they could do, but I would be very hesitant if they decide to remake that. But it seems as though they are not. They're not interested. Oh wait, why is it loaded? Why is the Chasm of the Abyss? Why the fuck is that still loaded? Oh, these are available. Wait, why is this all loaded? Uh-oh. Did I fuck up here? I had one of these load in some of these atmospheres when it's not supposed to. Also, if we could alphabetize the atmosphere levels here, that'd be really nice. I don't like that I have to surf through them. Yeah, I feel like I have too many things loaded, and I don't remember doing that, but I'm trying to find the Broom Tower. Not Broom Tower, I need the other one. I need Broom Tower, whatever the other one is. I don't want to click out, so I'm gonna surf through it 6 times and then I'll find it. Okay, Velstadt, No Man's Shore. Shaded Woods. Okay, I'm going slow. Okay, that's Broom Tower again. I understand. Maybe that is the only one. Okay. Oh, upper floor. See, upper floor is the one I needed. Let me go grab upper floor. Oh, actually, if I go to the thing here, only Broom Tower's loaded. So, okay. Let me go to Broom Tower. And that's not loading any of them. Well, that's just loading Broom Tower itself, which is how it should be. And if I remember correctly, it's actually looking at the other ones to see if they're loaded. Oh, now it just says Broom Tower. Oh. Well, maybe I had it wrong. I don't know. I don't know why that now looks fine. So, okay. Whatever. But let's create a level. Let's do Sir Alone. It'll be alone. And then I think this is, I always forget. I do it the opposite way that I should, where I think now that I've created the level and then I can hit an available atmosphere, which here would just need to be Broom Tower upper floor because I zoned in and that's the area that gets used. What are your thoughts on White Monster? I think I've had it before and it was pretty tasty. I like the 0 ones, of course, as I you know, having too much sugar. I think that's like wasteful sugar when it's just in a drink like that and it's like 60 milligrams of sugar. I'm like, we don't need all 60. I think we could cut down, you know. Sir Alone. Okay, we have Sir Alone. And then I think I don't actually remember. I ended up getting it added to this list. I just always forget how to do it. Because then I did get the Dragonlance Castle Tunnel added. And it's weird how the bottom ones here are not alphabetical. They kind of just, like, dumped it in there. And so maybe Sir Alone is... No. Okay, let me refresh my memory here. So we have Sir Alone... Game map object is fine. Sure, sure. Oh, I know what to do. Hold on. So I believe you actually select Broom Tower up here. And then you tell it from here to use Sir Alone, I think. If I remember correctly. I might be wrong. There's some way of like tying that together just to make sure that it actually does load. That's Chasm View Bits. Yeah, that's all alphabetical up until... It's not here. Okay, I always forget. Always a little back and forth. Going at two times speed to catch up. Nice. Yeah, you're gonna catch up and be like, oh, he's doing the atmosphere thing. He's wrong. And I go, yes. I've always been really bad at... Basically, I created a Sir Alone atmosphere or a level, and then I need to... Oh, I can create one here. Oh, yeah, so I create an atmosphere. Sir Alone. Nice. Okay. And then I can copy from the Broom Tower tower, which was, or upper floor, which is the original style. So start with that. And then, so now we have a Sir Alon atmosphere, where before it was basically just following the upper floor one. And I don't want to change the upper floor one because I like what that looks like in Broom Tower. But I'm not happy with how it looks for Sir Alone. Sir Alone. Oh, here it is. Yeah, Sir Alone. Yeah, and I have that set. So that, maybe that'll work. Oh yeah, no level found for atmosphere. Shit. Shit. Oh, I figured it out. Yeah, I got it. So I think from here we now pick Broom Tower, upper, whatever the fuck. Because this is not alphabetical. So we find Broom Tower, and then now we can add Sir Alon, right? Yes. Boom. There he is. Now we got it. And now it says we have the Broom Tower level. Well, no, but now it doesn't have the Sir Alon level. Not that that matters. I just need the atmosphere. So actually that's, I mean, I guess that's fine. Yeah, because it's got the Sir Alon, and I assigned it. And then I copied from the upper floor. This is all going to sound just maddening to people watching this, but... Okay, so now that I have my own atmosphere for Sir Lonely, we should be able to actually start getting the volumetric light shafts going. Let's crank up the fog just for now. And we have sunlight phase factor, yes. Now this might be an interesting case where I have to remove the light map for this floor. I wouldn't be surprised. I genuinely wouldn't be. This might be another sticky light map. That the disable light map thing doesn't actually work, right? That's actually what I'm thinking is happening. So let's move the sun and see what happens. Because I learned from someone in the chat that you can place a directional thing to tell you where the sun's coming from, which you can see here. It's very much not in the right direction for what I'm trying to do, I suppose. Yes, that points it that way. Yeah, I think we're having another light map thing. So let's see. Oh, actually, no, there's no light map at all. I take it back. I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. Yeah, there is no light map. Oh, well, okay, maybe not. Unless, oh, this might be like an actual scattering thing. True, true. Weird. Dimensional marker. Let me move the camera up. Yes. Let's raise the diffuse thing a little bit. Oh yeah, the fog. offset. Let's set that back to normal. Oh, the density was low. Got it. There's always something. Oh, all right. Thank you for tuning in, Wolfie. Glad you enjoyed the stream. I will be back on Friday. Okay, sky influence doesn't make a whole lot of difference. For someone in the chat, I know, yes. This fantastic fellow who uh, defeated the South and kept the Union strong. Oh, God. Okay. Ooh. Oh, phase factor, maybe. Okay, well, so far the fog has been fairly all or nothing. I have not so far been able to get it to actually like go through these windows. Okay, what kind? Oh, okay. Well, okay. Yeah, we are getting some sort of fog shadow. Okay, so there's something. I have learned under the light shaft selection, this is where you can get. Oh, so sometimes the masked darkness will help a lot. Huh. Okay, so light shafts are kind of not doing anything currently. Okay, let's put the decay rate pretty high. Let's have our scale a little bit too high, admittedly. And then let's go back down to like 2. Okay. That's the in-scattering color. Maybe I try black. Oh, I don't know why I had it up to 1,000. I didn't mean that. 250 is usually higher than I go, but it's interesting. Yeah. Because I have it in the shadow map too. Like I have them set in the shadow map where they should block the and create like the volumetric shadows. And that is the sun. Okay. I don't need it. I don't need local shadow casting. This is just from the sun itself. Yeah, okay. I guess I can see a bit of it here. It's hitting something. It's almost as if there's like bars out here. Yeah, it's almost as if the fog is getting broken up actually before it reaches this. Okay. Oh, you can explain the problem? Yeah. Oh, is there like a big floating fucking box out there? Like, the Catacombs, I think, has a giant fucking box in DS1 that's around it, and you don't see it from inside the box, but in the map editor, you go, oh my god, there's a giant fucking box. You need to decouple the level. Oh, got it. Okay. So I made a Sur Alone level, and then I know you go into the atmosphere mapping, and so I think you'd have to. Yeah, so that loads the atmosphere of that. But if I go into here, because there's two different things, I have the level of Sur Alone, and then here I turn off the Broom Tower upper floor, right? Is that the right thing? Yeah, because it's actually not loading the level. That's interesting. I always do this the wrong way around. Yeah, Broom Tower stuff in the shadow map. Fuck, you're right. God, yeah, I always do this the wrong way around. Where right now it has the Broom Tower level is the only thing I can currently load. Which I thought... Well, this is just atmospheres. And here's how I'm picking the level up here at the top. And then I separately have the atmosphere. And yeah, I'm just bad at this because it doesn't, I don't know. Um, yeah, well, yeah, because you can see over here under the levels in place object. Oh, so now Surulon is showing up. Oh, what? Okay, interesting. Okay, so now if we switch over to Surulon, great. Here's the level that I want to have loaded, but I want to unload the Broom Tower one, which I guess I assumed was unchecking this. And I'm loaded into the Surulon for the editing of this level. I think you need to select Broom Tower level and then disable. Okay. I thought I did that. Let me check. I probably forgot that. So yeah, here's level Broom Tower, which then loads these two, which makes perfect sense. Ah, you're right. You're right. You're so right. Nice. Boom. Okay, now it's purely Surulon. We are full Alond up in this bitch. And I think you're very right that that was what was causing the issue. Oh, because now I'll need to add it to the shadow map again, right? Yes, because it was not in the shadow map for this level. It was for Broom Tower. Well, I don't need the local shadow casting. I do need to remember to use the similar mesh thing when I am adding this, but there's not a lot here, so I think that works. And I'll check on the two-sided. Most of the time, two-sided is actually fine. There's just some edge cases where the two-sided causes issues, but it's not that often. Okay, so I got that. Okay. Now the floor looks like hot dog shit, but I understand why at this moment. Because my density is way too high and the height fall off. Oh, sweet. Oh, holy sweet Moses. That is... Okay, let's see. It's playing around with the numbers until... Interesting. Those have no impact on anything. That's interesting. Oh, check that out. What the fuck? Let's do directional marker. Okay, yeah, I can actually see it. Okay, interesting. Hmm. Oh, did you check if the floating box is still there? Wait, is there a specific floating box in Surulon's arena? Could be. Yeah, oh actually when I go to the side here you can see the light shafts going through correctly. I was just in them so I didn't notice as much. Nice. Okay, so that's actually working. Now I need to go back in here and switch the floor back to the thing that I like, which I... No way. Wait, what am I even on right now? Whatever I just added shut off everything. Or did it? This is one of those interesting cases where it doesn't highlight the, or no, the, okay, yeah, because now you can see the light coming in. Oh, sick. Or no. Or, oh, is this like, this supposed to be the baked lighting, I guess? Because now I have the sun turned off. Okay, that's interesting. What the fuck? Oh, okay. So now I have the, I mean, it's still acting weird, but. Man, I'm hungry. Maybe it needs some alpha. Oh, first I need to go switch the floor back here. Oh yeah, because the floor doesn't have an override yet. True. Yes, manual Fresnel. Very important for this floor. Parallax mapping and shadows, don't need it. It's a flat floor. Luminance data, not a lot. Full Fresnel, whatever. And then I believe the SSR needs to be cranked up a bit to fully get the detail. Max gloss is kind of nothing. Yeah, and then here's how you can get rid of the lighting. Is by the absorption. Well, yeah, no, I definitely want the light to come in. Yeah. Hey, EA, get up. Nobody wants you. Fuck off. Don't. You're just as bad as OneDrive, okay? Nobody wanted you. Nobody asked for you. I should probably just uninstall you, but I had you for the Battlefield beta, okay? Yeah, yeah, that light that's on, that must be like but the weird thing is the surface itself didn't show there being a light map. Like that's just not a. Oh, you were right. It is. You're so right. It is the alpha testing. Yeah, so I guess they must treat the. Wow, yeah. Yeah, you were right. So it is the alpha. And now I just have to like. The height is a little weird because normally I don't have any of my sun directions set to negative like ever. So I don't fully. Yeah, let me get the direction. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the sun in this area does seem to be set very interestingly. Um, oh, there we go. There we go. Now we got it. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with gas, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. That's what I've been wanting. That's what's been lacking. So once you grab a hold of it and you know that the sun's coming in, you're like, got it. Although I still it's interesting. There still is like default light that is on the floor of this that is untouchable. But now that we actually have light shafts coming in, oh shit. Nice. Oh yeah, let's turn up the character a little bit. Yeah, oh, this is gonna be sick. This is what I've wanted to do for a long time. I just, once again, it's the classic thing of just taking the time to do it. To go, aha, sit in this room and move shit. Oh yeah, you're right. Because it's a new level, it may not have the disable thing already turned on for the no, it is. Okay, or yeah, okay. I mean, I guess that does work correctly as far as like it now allows the light through. Okay. So it's not a sticky light map. Which actually there was no light map on it at all, so I guess I don't know what is happening there, but it is correctly telling it to display the light, which is awesome. And now I feel like I just, yeah, see that's what's weird. You turn the sun all the way down and you go, well, what the fuck is this? And it's like, well, and you even still have shadowing. So you're like, well, that has to be a baked light map. I mean that is what it would be, right? Yeah, there's no second light. And then I know if you're talking about the other uh secondary light, which I can't remember. Now yeah, we don't have an additional skybox light. Oh, color 2 is set to, oh, that's interesting. Oh, hold on. Oh, that doesn't seem to do anything. Okay. Yeah, no floating point light. Is that the other thing? That's a good thing to look at. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no captured lights. That's interesting. And we don't have any LE lights that are there, but yeah, there's no. And it's interesting because this mesh is getting sunlight. So what if I grab this? Oh, see, this has a light map. See, what could be happening, because a lot of the time they share a light map, right? But I think what's interesting is that when you select the floor, it doesn't mention a light map. So that's weird. But let's try something out here. That'd be really funny if let's do it. Let's do an override, and then let's go view it. And then, oh God, they have a shitload. Yeah, this is it. This is what's controlling all of it. Really? And it looks like it's another type of sticky light map. That's not. It's being disabled, but not. Um, Interesting. Yeah, you can see here very clearly. I can see that this is what's handling it. Yeah. Dude, there's so much of it. This is a packed fucking light map. Yeah. That is exactly the Surlon portion. Yep. Yep. Let's Man, the things you learn by just fucking around. Okay, so let's try to see if I do the same method as blacking it out, don't touch the alpha channel, save it as BC3, and usually, in my experience, yeah, that worked. Because now it's only showing the skybox and reflecting that, but it's no longer doing the sun. We cracked it. We have cracked it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got him, and now we are controlling the sunlight. You love to see it. You love to see it. It might end up looking worse. We'll see. You honestly, you got some great ideas that are bouncing back at me, I have to admit. There are things I had not thought of. And rather than me fumble around in the dark for 2 hours longer, I admit it is nice when someone goes, yeah, but have you thought about that? And I go, no, I have not thought. That is good. I gotta add you and remind me, DM me and remind me to put you in the credits for like the mod, because like I'm bad with that. I think my credits should be a lot more like broad, but like, and I have listed like, but I don't know. I should remember that I should be adding more people to that. I also said I was going to add Dr. Pepper to the to the contributor list because boy, the sodas help. Let me tell you. Okay, so now the sky influence I think should work. Oh, I mean, hey, I'm the king of fumbling around in the dark. Ooh, holy shit! Oh God, okay. Man, the sky looks really cool when you do the height fall off. Because now it's like that really dark portion that I think you could kind of cover up by bringing the in scattering back. Ooh, okay. It's obviously way too way too strong, but like I like the idea. Yeah, I don't want it to be like super black. Well, actually, maybe I just keep it like that. Well, that's density 0. We obviously don't want that, but oh, no. No, 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 no. Yeah, there's the slider I want. There's the slider. Yeah, that's true. The planar reflection. Yeah. Yeah, the planar reflection that's definitely one that like I think it'd be interesting just for funsies if I turn off the planar just to see. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, that yeah, no. No, you need the planar. That is interesting. It's almost as if it's not understanding the sky. Like it kind of I guess it's treating it the way that it's reflecting that thing doesn't think that the sky can go through it, I don't think. And there's only the portions of it that are cut out, but weirdly not the main part. Yeah, this is SSR only. I specifically turned off planar. And it's interesting. This is what planar picks, or this is what the SSR picks up. Interesting. So it doesn't. fully understand the sky. And I think that's okay because this mirror reflection, I think, works better with planar um, to avoid SSR artifacting if it was the only method. Um, yeah, fuck, you really need the planar. I mean, I think planar in general is a great like accessory. I think it's a good like foundational type of thing. So now I have the thing of like the reflection and then the light coming in, and how do I make that not look like shit? Is there mesh specific settings for how the alpha is treated in this instance? As far as I know, I don't think so. I think it's because it's definitely this window thing. Yeah, because that's a roughness thing. And then you have the specular map, and then yeah, this is the light map that's from that other thing. So we already did that. And then in the override settings, I haven't found there to be like there's kind of the alpha test shadows, but we already have the shadows working. There's a fog intensity thing, so there's a couple. Um, oh, wait, hold on. Is that right? That might be. Hold on. Yeah, maybe that was the problem. Holy shit. Yeah, it's maybe because it wasn't set to alpha test on that mesh specifically, which I thought I did. I did not. So then let's go back to, yeah, maybe now the SSR will actually pick up on the sky. Nope, doesn't like it. Damn. Is it a Fresnel thing? Well, I mean, manual Fresnel just looks better. I mean, I'll give you that. Interesting, the luminance thing is a little different, but not much. Local lighting, we don't have to worry about. Of course, this is definitely an arena where I will likely place my own point lights uh, for extra bounce lighting, in addition to just like the standard SSGI, right? Like, there's definitely a certain amount that like I'll want to do a little bit extra. Try to go for SSR only and play around with the mesh settings. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because it's like it definitely should be possible. And like especially with the improved super like ray tracing SSR based thingamajiggy that's in the testing build. I did pop in here for a little bit with that. It was pretty cool looking, but yeah. Yeah, spotlights and you can use point lights. And once I get like the direction of the sun set in each area, yeah, point lights are still really effective for that. Even if it is like a manual way of doing it, SSGI is just never going to fully catch everything unless you do like RTGI, right? Like if you do full-on ray tracing global illumination, then yes, I like that can catch that. But the screen space method, you're just kind of fighting against SSR in general. Yeah, I might. Yeah, let's see. So I turned off the. So it's SSR only right now, and I'll even crank up the SSR a little bit brighter. Oh, that's interesting. So there's a little bit of gloss coming in. I mean, it looks awful, so we're not going to do that. But interesting. Yeah. So actually, in this case, I do. This is good. I want the absorption all the way down because I want the light to show up. And then, yeah, that's tough though. I still, you really, it's hard to balance that mirror reflection. This really just adds the sky. Interesting. It's catching something that's at that plane, but the SSR for whatever reason just doesn't think that it can see it. So yeah, so now it's yeah, it's SSR only. And if we kind of, because it's got to be this big fat fucking mesh right here. Like if I go to the outside of this, well, because even if you fly to the back here, like it is basically this one giant mesh, right? And then when you do the roughness thing, that's usually where you'll see like the cutoff. Uh, Interesting. Yeah, because that's just for the roughness part. And I delete that. And override. Yeah, of course not. Parallax, we don't want that. Just tiling. You do have a roughness and reflectivity. Ooh, what the fuck was that? Now let me click back on that. I need to turn off the highlight selection because I can't see shit when that's on. Um, okay. Wait, wrong one. Wait. No. Wait, what? Oh. All right. Well, this is interesting. So somehow I actually have grabbed this mesh where I wasn't able. I thought I had everything. And now when you turn this on, even the alpha test doesn't. You actually have to disable sun shadows to get the light to show up. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Uh, yeah, oh yeah, disable the mesh. Yeah, good call. Whoa. What? What the fuck? Whoa, this is weird. Oh, this mesh must be giant or something. It must be more than I think it is. I mean, I'm okay with using the planar reflections, obviously. Like, I think that's over engineering it if we don't just use the planar reflections because I think this is literally the perfect opportunity for planar reflections to shine. Like, and it's too iconic not to. Yeah, it's like part of the sky mesh. That's weird. So here's another thing that you can do that I commonly will do sometimes to like, because sometimes it's really hard to grab the sky mesh. You can't really click on it most of the time. Oh, they have this particle effect out here. I wonder if that's what's getting grabbed or something. They have this moving cloud effect, which will commonly be its own object. What if I try to block this? Oh, I don't know what that was. Okay. I don't even know what I'm blocking at the moment. I don't even know what's actually being selected. Let's see if I can grab the sky. And so I normally will just use the up arrow. Oh, there we go. Weird. Huh. I don't fully know what is happening. Because now we definitely know it's the sky mesh that we have selected. Because I actually went through. And yeah, that is the sky mesh. Huh. That's interesting. Very interesting. Hmm. You should try selecting the mesh of the window edges. And yeah. Solid move. Yeah, so this side. And if we block. Oh, hold on. That's crazy. So still not respecting the sky mesh. Oh, there's like a flicker. Huh. Okay. Weird. Or no, that's actually blocked. What am I talking about? I'm talking about, I need to look at the other one now. Yeah, what if I, yeah, basically I'll just keep blocking until I find the thing that blocks. So it's not that. What the fuck? Is it this? No. We're about to find out. Yeah, that's that. That Fresnel, yeah. Okay. I mean, you would assume it would just be this, right? Yeah, it's just this guy saying no. What if we didn't? I wonder if it's like some hard-coded something that's going on with the sky, which in that case, you just take the L and you move on. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, it blocked even more of it. What the? This is one where you go, well, this does not abide by the rules of what I'm used to. Dude, what if it's this little thing? That would actually be nutty. Ooh, actually, that did work. For the now the sun comes through. Okay, well that's okay. That's something, but there still is some mesh that is. Ooh, yeah. What if it's like this? Oh, I don't even have that in the shadow map, but okay, now I do. Yeah, that's. Oh, I didn't even have that in the shadow map. Oops. Yeah, that's interesting. That is, yeah, it just does not, it just doesn't like it. Oh, I also had my ambient intensity like way turned up. But yeah, because it was basically just picking up on the brightness of the volumetric fog. But it doesn't, it just doesn't care about the sky. And yet it does about the sunlight. Oh, well, you know what I've found interesting is that this skybox has thus far completely been uninterested in what you do with volumetric fog, which might be our indicator that it is living on a different plane of the game rendering somehow. Because if the sky influence, if you can't even get volumetric fog to really interact with the skybox texture, yeah, the volumetric fog is kind of like off on its own, but it's having. Oh, ooh, hold on. Let me go to my skybox settings. Look at this. You can't even do a dynamic sky. Like that doesn't even change it either. I wonder if this sky is simply immune. Yeah, you can't even do color weighting. That's crazy. So this sky is just operating on a different level, which is fine. Like I'll just put the planar back and have to unblock fucking everything. Shit. Change the black thingy in the skybox setting? Oh, yeah. That's true. Yeah, maybe the cloud mask. Yeah, that's weird. Normally it doesn't have this problem where it just does not get affected by shit. Hmm. Oh, do I at least have light shafts that oh, so the light shaft center is up here, which is kind of annoying, frankly. Or no, that's based on the Well, this looks pretty cool though. I mean, I'm pretty happy with the shadows working. Oh, fuck yeah. See, that's what we need. That's what we need it to look like. Yeah, that was a fun side quest. That was cool. That was a I mean, we're playing around and we were defeated at the end of it, but that's fine. Um I mean, theoretically, could I place a new skybox here? I mean, technically, I guess I could make an object that is based on that, and then, that's over engineering. Oh yeah, state of place. I gotta stop streaming for that. Oh shit, you're right. Well, thank you for watching, everybody. It'll be as a VOD. Very cool. Watch it if you want. Fantastic. I'll see you on Friday. I'm gonna go watch this fucking thing, and if Bloodborne happens, that's insane. I'm just hoping for Demon Souls Remake at this point, because we know it was on the Nvidia leak. For the love of God, give us that on PC, because I want to mod the fuck out of it. I really do. And there's already that person that has done a lot of work on the file formats that Bluepoint uses. So like we already have a jump start on it. But yeah, thank you for the help, Abraham Link. That was cool. And I like your top hat, and half of your face aged really weird as you got older, but it's fine. So anyway, thank you for watching. I'll see you guys on Friday.